Hello, everybody. It's Max. Glad to be here. My internet went out earlier, and I had to wait until obviously it came back on. Sorry about that. Things like that do happen from time to time. In my area, I don't know what's going on with the internet, but it's like basically this. Everybody that's in this grid is having the same problem, and the local ISP just don't seem to have any set duration on when it's going to be fixed, unfortunately. Anyway, glad to be here. I'm going to go ahead and put some settings back on. Welcome, of course, a few of you guys and so on. And can't thank you guys enough for being patient in regards to all that. So thank you very, very much for your patience. All right. If you haven't done so already, smash the like. It does help. Or if you're angry that, the show was delayed, then that's understandable too. But I don't think you guys are that angry. I don't think any of you guys are really angry. There we go. Let me get some of those banners up. It's going to be a great show. Let's go ahead and welcome a few members of our community. Let me just double check to see on the other page that you can hear me. And you guys can, so that's good. All right. All right, let's start things off. Looks like we're doing good so far. And we have the first comment of the day is from Tim Shea. He says, "Hi, Rayan." And Cool Cat. Yes, thank you, Mr. Tim Shea, the crypto commissioner, the mayor of crypto, representing the 589th district of the XRP Army. Thank you, Tim. I'm still got some, still have some allergy problems. Really bad today for some reason. So much dust outside, and Mr. Elon Muff says, "Yeah, I'm sure there are plenty left." All right, let's see here. Let's go further down. I want to welcome Mr. Cool Cat Crypto. Also want to welcome Brittany. Because I think the comments got chopped off on the delay or something. So thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you. We're gonna welcome Mr. Coochie Boy. Mr. Cooch, thanks for being here. Welcome back, Joyce, with your lovely dog. Always a nice looking dog. And let's see, we have Tim. Looks like bots keep chopping the legs on Mong. I don't know what that's about, but that's all right. All right. And the day couldn't be completed without the likes of Ran. So glad to have you here, Ran. Boom. All right. KK says 2-Bit put out a good video on Jasmine. I'll have to take a look at that. All right. And let's see here. Watching this Zooey house thing, it needs to get ejected or rejected. How's Mr. Muff doing? Glad to have you here. I have dealt with them in the past. Why something happened? All right. Let me see. Man, kind of got a stuffy nose going a little bit. All right, I want to welcome Mr. Ahmed and Mr. Brian Dowie. Glad to have both you guys here, Mr. Ahmed, Brian Dowie. All right. All right, so you guys got my message. That's good. Ahmed says he thinks Gary is messing with your net, Max. Yeah, I don't think it's quite that, but that would be something, wouldn't it? All right, GS is in the house. Hello, everyone. Glad to have you here, GS. God, man, my darn allergies kicking my butt right now. Okay. You've been having problems also with your local internet? Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It's annoying. Yeah, it's basically that. That was totally that was obviously, yes, absolutely. It's like It's like people just don't understand. That will ruin your connection. It just absolutely sucks out all the bandwidth, and it's gone. And yeah. I apologize for all that. That's the main reason why I'm late. Guys are horrible. Man. Ugh. Blow on the router. Yeah. Let me bust out the router, treat it like a 8-bit Nintendo cartridge, It's like, and then hitting that reset button and ejecting in it and putting it back in and ejecting it and putting it back in and blowing on it again. Okay, guys, it works. Let's play. Those were the good old days, weren't they? Yeah, that's no excuse. We don't need no internet. Yeah, I guess it could have came on with my phone. I don't know how that would have worked. Anyway. Glad I have Mr. Big Watch Dude here. He says, "What's up, Max? Is CTN." I also want to welcome Mr. Bobby Jonas. Sorry, I'm kind of skipping around. And of course, Mr. XXI Gaming in the house, who will school you at some Madden. He'll juke you this way, he'll juke you that way, right? He'll throw a long bomb, Hail Mary, with like 2 seconds left, and his team could be down by like 6 or something, and he'll just make it happen. Freaking 60-yard pass somehow, and then the guy runs for another 40 yards, and just amazing stuff. All right. Welcome a couple more people. Michael Montclair says, "What about Universal Protocol Alliance token?" I don't really know about that one, although I think somebody mentioned it yesterday. Is that one that you're really, gung-ho about? I guess we could look into it. All right. Dan Armin says, "Howdy." Well, howdy do to you. I'm going to welcome a few more people, and then we'll kick it into, some of our headlines. Did you notice a couple new things? Did you notice the new thumbnail? Hopefully you did. Did you also notice the first tag of Dyor with Max? The first thing was mentioned was what? BSV. Yeah, we had a real deep dive second half last night and some BSV. And I just want to state this. I have finally seen the light. And I'm just not saying that just to sound cool. Some people want to call this, I saw on crypto Twitter, people call it like fake Toshi and, whatever you want to call it and so on, right? We have some news in regards to some of this stuff. But I would not go out on a limb and say there's something there if there wasn't. So just to be honest, maybe you guys think, like I'm trolling you. I'm not trolling you. We're going to continuously give you guys some BSV updates. There's something solid there. Flat out, I'm telling you, flat out. It took me over a year to finally realize it. So like last night I mentioned when it came to BSV that I felt as though, it was just more like speculation, that FOMO, right? The fear of missing out, like, there could be something here, on the surface. I could throw some money at it. It's at bottom. I'm still in the profits, that type of thing. Did some more research the other night, and for the few people that were here last night, and came to the conclusion, what Cool Cat was talking about with the whole thing with IBM, with actual interviews. It's one thing to say, oh, we're going to meet with IBM, and you don't see anything solid there. There's no interviews, no nothing. Yeah, IBM has literally gone out of their way to work with BSV, and there's some specific reasons for that. Now, as much praise as we give for Quant and, for instance, HBAR and Casper and some other projects with what they got with IBM, that's great stuff, right? But there's another thing to actually see live video interviews with some top dogs with IBM, specifically mentioning BSV. So if you missed that last night, we'll give you like a quick little refresher on today's show. And on top of that, we'll give you another little quick refresher in regards to the New York State Senate inviting Brian Doherty, one of the big wigs from BSV. And Cool Cat is right. They don't call themselves, Bitcoin SV. They literally refer to them as just Bitcoin, right? So again, the topic of the week is regulatory clarity, and they definitely are part of the mix of trying to get the ball rolling at least. And we'll show you what we're talking about in regards to that. I will never refer to this project as a joke ever again. I just want to state that for the record. I understand that some people, they're going to probably still laugh at it. I don't care. My thing is this, like I've always mentioned before, a solid project, the research that you've done, the partnerships that they have, that's what speaks for itself. Moon Boys and all this stuff, right? Like the saying goes, they could try to pump that as much as they want. In reality, I want to invest in things I feel as though are part of that generational wealth. Yes, I'm that much more impressed with BSV. It leapfrogged itself from, oh God, I mean, I'll be honest, probably like in my portfolio is like maybe, I don't know, ranked 30th or something like that. It probably maybe on the cups a 10th, something like that, but it's definitely, bringing itself in that particular mix. I think we should stop joking about it. I'm just being serious. If people still want to look at it as a joke, then it's okay. We could welcome, where people can agree to disagree. But that's just my own take on it. So yes, I look forward to regularly covering BSV. I am not trolling anybody. This is not, some people say, well, it's still April Fool's. Apparently, this is the April month. No, we'll show you my reasons for that in a bit if you miss some of that. So, all right, smash the like if you haven't done so already. Let's go further down. Welcome a few more people. Achman, I got you all right. Max, your eyes look like mine right now. What's that? Oh, my allergies. Oh, because I'm not baked though. Dan says try a spoonful of honey if you have some. And I hear it's great for allergies. Huh? We do have some honey. All right. I want to welcome Mr. Watermelon Crypto Sugar High. Says good evening, Max and CTN family. Glad to have you here. I don't know what the heck, but yes, I'll give you a dab. I don't know what we're laughing about. That's good stuff. I do want to welcome this guy. He says his name is True Duckle. I think that's how you pronounce it, or Duckle. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Any questions or comments you have, feel free to drop them. And we have a very welcoming community. So appreciate being here, guys. Let's welcome True. All right. Let's go ahead and kick it into our coverage for tonight, because if we don't, maybe the show go a little bit too long. We're going to start things off with a few things that I found on crypto Twitter and some of the news that you guys have shared as well. So let's just go ahead and get into that. All right. So the main thing I want to show you real quick to start things off is an article I actually found earlier. And, again, this whole topic of, regulatory framework was last week. What about regulatory clarity this week? The path forward. All right. So this was actually from CoinDesk, right? And it says, please enjoy your final crypto winter, referring to like the last one that we basically went through. All right. So I'm going to share this tab instead. And, we're going to get into some of the key highlights in regards to this. All right. So it says with U.S. regulations coming soon, the fraud schemes and irresponsible investment management practices that led to the current market downturn will be things of the past. And, let's face it, guys, we've been talking about this for a while, like whether it is, Mr. Mike Cornwell, or whether it is some of you other guys in the comments and so on, right? You've been following this stuff. And this, of course, was printed yesterday. And you guys have outlined that when it comes to like a true utility run, that utility run, basically speaking, it's like, why would that happen? It's going to be because we finally do get that regulatory clarity. Well, with a utility run, how would that actually work? Is it going to be like a classic pump and dump, right? No. Things have to be stable. There can't be a lot of volatility, right? That's the whole point of regulatory clarity, to bring in like the big institutions and so on, right? This article is kind of referring to a little bit of that. All right. So look at what it says here, right? Explore the policy fallout from the 2022 market crash the advanced CBDCs, and more. We're going to get into this. So it says you got your skis on. If not, clip in and try to have some fun, because this is going to be our very last crypto winter. I don't agree with all this. My thing is, like I mentioned, I feel like we're out of that crypto winter. I feel as though, with the data I've shown as well, a lot of it is shown from Investor Place and so on, that the data supports that we're at the beginning stage still, right? There's a difference between the beginning of a bull run and there's a difference of, for instance, being at all-time highs, right? But look what it mentions here. It says crypto and blockchain are on the cusp of becoming ordinary, regulated businesses. While it's always extremely difficult to separate signals from noise, they see three big positive signs for the future. And in regards to those positive signs, I want to share that with you guys here tonight. All right, so there's a surge, like it says, in enforcement actions by law enforcement. Ugh, think about that. So it says the world of crypto and blockchain has always had uncomfortable relationship between starry-eyed do-gooders, you count in some of these people, and ruthless opportunists trying to hijack that message to sell whatever they come up with. Perfect example would be Sam Bankman-Fried and so on, right? All right, so one of the things that they have been immensely frustrated over the years, and I think we also can agree with this, is seeing the warnings we and others have made about the dangerous, speculative, and downright absurd nature of some crypto and blockchain investments go unheeded. There's warnings, for instance, about the track record of initial coin offerings, right? The SEC is going to at least say that, right? They don't like ICOs. And dating back to 2018 and again 2019, we are hardly alone in expressing our concerns. But look what it says here. Enforcement actions are much more effective than the warnings and social media flame wars. And at the end of the day, there's no need for the flame wars. If you have a great solid project and so on, there's no need for tribalism. There's no need for any of that. What we do need is to embrace the technologies, the innovation moving forward. So it says there's contradictions and inconsistencies in these public policies, hence why we want to see, that regulatory or proper regulations to get to the next big step of clarity. All right, so as we know, with the U.S., first and foremost, there have been, like it says, complex and decentralized regulatory systems. But if we can't get everyone in the world of blockchain to, like it says, agree upon what policies we should have, then we shouldn't be surprised that regulators are not fully and immediately in agreement with each other, basically. What is useful is that legal systems must try to make some consistent sense of how the law is applied. In those cases, listen to this, regulators must present a clear and consistent opinion of what the law means. So what I want to show you guys before, because I don't want to get into all of this, right? Because we have talked about this, right? I cover this, the boom and bust cycle, the 4-year cycles and so on. I'm not going to preach to the choir about some of this stuff. What I do want to show you, though, is this next particular thing, which, again, is kind of a reiteration just because I realize a lot of people weren't here for it. But it's going to be this right here, and it's just something I'm going to share just a moment. And it is in regards to this gentleman from BSV, believe it or not. And I'm going to go ahead and share this. Here it is. This person, his name is Brian Doherty. And now, for some of you guys are laughing at this as we speak, whatever. Max has been completely sold out to Cool Cat Crypto, WTF. No, it's more to it than just that. What you're going to see here is that this guy, Brian Doherty, is the Global Public Policy Director of the Bitcoin Association. They don't just refer to themselves as BSV. They literally, like Cool Cat mentioned, refer to themselves as just that, Bitcoin. Every single bigwig employee refers to themselves as Bitcoin. Now, why is that? Well, if anything, what I want you to pay attention to here in less than 2 minutes on this particular clip is how he addresses the New York State Senate. And again, I would like to re-advise people the significance about this. As we know, New York is very, very anti-crypto. if we're going to be on the path forward for regulatory clarity, you better believe that this is one of the key states to maybe help get the ball rolling. Now, as far as everything on the federal level, that's one thing. But as the saying goes, if you can have one foot in, then maybe you can be the one to get things really going and have other big players pay attention. Like it says, everything you need to know about Bitcoin. It doesn't say BSV, but Bitcoin in less than 2 minutes. Let's go ahead and play this. Smash that like. Here we go.
The BSV blockchain, which is a proof of work based blockchain, does over 100,000 transactions per second today. The reality is Bitcoin BTC, which has a 1 megabit block every 10 minutes, is limited to how much data it can actually use. So it does not scale. 7 transactions per second. Satoshi Nakamoto said that Bitcoin could scale beyond the likes of Visa from day one. There's a confusion about what Bitcoin was originally. Bit refers to data, coin finance. Obviously today, a lot of people are just speaking about the coin aspect. From BTC, which is about 1,200 kilograms of CO2 per transaction, which is absolutely ridiculous. Scalable proof of work like BSV that does less than 2 kilograms of CO2 per transaction, even today. More and more people are just focused on the crypto casino tradable asset, but this technology actually has broader implications. As I mentioned about cybersecurity, anything worth protecting, especially as we move into this extreme data era where there's a proliferation of smart devices, IoT, drones, AI, and everything else.
Basically saying we'll get to a critical mass, if you will, to improve the efficiency of this?
I would say that we're there today. So again, given the example of BTC Bitcoin, which again, most people are speaking more about, Ethereum, right, does about 14 transactions per second. And even when they moved over to the merge to proof of stake, it actually didn't provide any lower fees for the volatile fees that people are paying for transactions.
All right, so there's a little bit more in regards to all this, but my key thing is that should definitely catch your attention. If we're on a subject of regulatory clarity and the things that need to happen to get the ball rolling and so on, and this is literally day 4, if I'm not mistaken, of every single day we've had a different player. Now, technically speaking, we could say day 3 because this was also part of the mix, but we have some more in regards to this. My point is, you can't make some of this stuff up. I mean, you go from 1 week of this is the narrative that we want to establish. Then you go to the next week of, hey, here's what we're trying to do. I mean, it's almost like, it's ducks, lined up in a row as far as things that need to happen. So I want to kick it back into the comments for just a brief bit to kind of help have a balance in regards to this. But, again, none of this is financial advice and so on, like I mentioned. But, in my humble opinion, I know it sounds crazy, but yeah, I see the light, because my thing is this, this might be one that deserves more coverage. And we'll show you just kind of like a brief thing from IBM, not the whole thing, but we showed that again last night as well. There's some big players that are involved with this. So I became very impressed with it. And on top of this, how look at this, guys, we're always searching for opportunity. My thing is this, at these prices for BSV, it's still pretty darn close to the bottom, that I've seen within the last year or so, right? Anything below $40 for this is still a buy, in my opinion. Not telling you what to do and so on. That's just the way I'm personally looking at it. I'm looking to add more BSV to my portfolio. I understand there's quite a few other ones I want to add to my portfolio. For instance, like Rio, Elk, and so on. My thing, though, is, if this stuff starts really, really taking off and it's becoming more and more harder to get, why is that? And we'll point out some of these things. I saw some recent news in regards to Bittrex and BSV and so on. We'll get into that here in a bit. We're going to kick it back into the comments. Smash a like if you haven't done so already. Let's see what we have here in regards to some of what you recently had seen, I should say. All right. Let me see what we got. I think I highlighted the last comment. I did. Thank God for that. But let's go down, and I want to welcome Mr. Cars and Crypto. He says, "Sup, gang? Glad to have you here." He's like, "Sup, gang." All right, we're gonna go further down, see if you guys have any specific comments. What's this from Rayan? How long is it gonna take auto insurance settlement? It depends on your insurance. Gupta, welcome back. He says, "Hi, glad to have you here." And oh boy, that's a unique name. All right, Holland, welcome. Crypto feels like a waste of time now. Ain't the devil's happy? No, man. For me personally, it is not a waste of time. It's the perfect time. Why would I want to accumulate at the top of the mountain? That would not make any sense to me. But nonetheless, I respect your opinion and welcome. Hope to see more of you. All right. Cool Cat says he's got 8 BSV before bed last night. And he says, "Max, you showed me something last night. I didn't know." Oh, I'm shocked. That's cool. That New York court thing, bullshit. Yeah, that's why I wanted to kind of re-show it to some of you guys. I mean, for you guys that saw it last night, it's one thing, but we also got to show it to a few more people. And like I said, I'll probably do a proper video. But I'm looking forward to consistently covering it, not to the degree where it's just like maybe every show is like an hour or just that, but it's definitely part of our lineup now, for sure. All right. Let's see. Mr. Elon Musk says, when blood is in the streets and the weak hands are given up, you know what that means. It means it's time to buy. Yeah, literally like what I was saying earlier. I agree. Edward Vincent of Top Shelf Crypto, he says, fish for everyone. Fish for everyone. That's funny you mentioned that. That is funny that you mentioned that, my friend. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. That is hilarious that you mentioned that. Just a second. Let me see if I can pull this up. This is kind of funny. Oh yeah. This is good stuff. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. Let me see if we can pull up the one about the fish. Oh yeah, I think I got it. Hold on. All right, here it is. You guys might follow this family. At least I do. They're just funny. And I don't think we're gonna get copyright strike on it and so on. So I'm gonna show you this, guys, real quick, because shout out to Edward Vincent in regards to this. This family is called Moon Tell That. It's a Vietnamese family, and the father is absolutely hilarious. I watch their little skits all the time. It's a good laugh. It's family friendly. This is for you, Mr. Edward Vincent, and your fish. Here we go.
Let me get that, because that ain't gonna finish that, honey.
No, you want in my pig?
Yes.
In my pig?
Not now. Not right.
Now!
No.
Now! 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 Now!
Now, family problem.
There's 2 types of girls in this world. One is the jealous. Good morning.
And this one.
Whoever catches this wins.
I'm doing that. I'm with you.
And that's to make me something to eat.
Get no good! Pick me, pick!
All right. I had to show that. It just kind of sparked a memory. Anyway, hope you guys enjoy that quick little tidbit, right? But yeah, that's what reminded me. I was like, oh man, they got to see that just in case they haven't. Anyway. All right. Glad to have you guys here. Let's see. Holland says, how dirty is the pee on Crypto Nard's head? All right. You know what, man? You can clip. Okay. Whatever floats your boat, man. All right, let's go further down. And let's see. Joyce says Holland. Nope, 35 years. Dan, no more lies. Armin, you changed your profile pic for you, Max. Wow, that is quite the pic. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see how long this one will last. I agree. I don't know. I guess some people like to troll, or they have nothing better to do, or they have inferiority complex for whatever reason. But by all means, thank you so much for contributing to our YouTube algorithm. I drop as many comments as you want. All it does is help the channel. So thank you. All right, let's go further down. We're going to let's see here. Read a few more. Cool Cat says he suspects BSV will announce 1 million transactions per second in London next month. That would be absolutely massive. Everything that was mentioned in regards to the whole thing with Visa is big as well, right? Pretty cool stuff. So, all right, let's go further down. And Cool Cat says Craig himself said 1 million TPS incoming this year. Yeah, I think you also mentioned that. So, originally we covered the whole thing of 100,000 TPS, and that was insanely fast in itself. That whole announcement of 1 million, I think, if people aren't trying to find out more about, I guess you could say BSV, I don't know what they're doing. And then the whole thing with IBM. So we'll try to pull up some of that as well here in a bit. But I want to show you guys just in a minute the next thing. This is a good question. Caspa or BSV, both are good projects. I mean, yeah, why not both? I mean, not that I'm trying to quote Crypto Hulk, but he mentioned this. It's like somebody asked, XRP or XLM, why not both? Why don't you just cut in half whatever you're going to put into one, and that way you could have both? So I'm just throwing that out there. Maddie B says he just bought some ZIL, 2,400 transactions per second. Cool stuff, man. Yeah, I still have a bag of ZIL. I used to cover it quite a bit before he joined up with Larry on this channel. Stargazer, thank you for being here. And oh, you know what? So I kind of think you wore out your welcome already. If you can't be polite and treat other people like how you want to be treated, unless you just want to be treated like crap, then I'm sorry, you could just see your way out, basically. I mean, it was one thing before, to have some of your sly comments and so on, but we're not going to put up with disrespect, okay? So it's just kind of like, would you want somebody to show up to your place and, all of a sudden they treat you like crap? Probably not. So as a result, if you got a problem with the world, you kind of remind me of somebody that plays Call of Duty probably on a regular basis, who's just an overall douchebag. So you basically, moderators, you can see this guy the hell out of here. All right. Have a nice life. All right. So with that said, let's go further down and just see if we have any other specific people to welcome. XRP Boss, welcome. Glad to have you back. And Henry Brown says problems on his end. Did a super chat come through on my internet? Keeps glitching. I don't think so, but let me double check the other screen. And I do appreciate that, Henry Brown. Let's see here. All right. Nope, it didn't come across, my friend. So, but if you can't do it today, or even if you can't do it any day, I mean, I always appreciate super chats, obviously, and I appreciate you, but there's no rush, Henry. And, my main thing is I'm just grateful that you're here as a regular. At the end of the day, whether we get 0 chats, super chats, or 100, right? At the end of the day, it is the projects that we research together as a community. And at the end of the day, when everything goes to where we need to go in the future, that will be a reward for all of us, right? But I'm going to definitely share some of the info that you have shared the other day with our community as well. But I'm sorry that you're having problems, my friend. Mr. Musk says, haul and loads. He's taking them in the... God. All right. Big Watch Dude says, hey, Max, why do you think the ISO token hype has died down? Is Quant doing its job by connecting everything as expected? So here's the thing, right? I think people, they don't understand for the most part, not all people. I think we mentioned this, right? So there's some people that feel as though when it comes to all this stuff, it's based on dates. And let's be honest, when it comes to things, it's not necessarily the date. You could apply this to any project, not just ISO 222 going live on a specific date. But at the end of the day, the utility is what needs to be made. So even like this big stuff that's coming up in May for quant, and we're like, well, CBDCs, some people said like, what if it doesn't pump? That's a good point. What if for whatever reason it doesn't pump? You also like, I was mentioning, I won't mention the person's name, but they were asking me about this, and it said like, what if this doesn't like pump when the Shenzhou thing goes live, right? 15 million people. Well, I'm thinking to myself, right, that's pretty big in itself. I'm also looking from the perspective of this is a country, right, China, who declare to the rest of the world, basically speaking, that they were not going to get involved with, crypto at all or blockchain or any of that stuff, right? That was a lie, right? Just like, for instance, with Russia, it's a lie. At the end of the day, they're not going to volunteer. They're just going to like do what's best for them. And I get that. I guess to a sense, maybe the United States is doing the same thing. I mean, that would be something, right? If we're just Crypto Mike was saying, in the background doing stuff. All right. So with that said, keep that in mind. And in regards to the whole thing with quant, if there isn't significant price action, I'm not trying to make excuses or anything like that, but what I want to state is the country you're dealing with, right? So how do we know that, I don't know, that it's not just 15 million, maybe it's less, maybe it's more, I don't know. You would think that would create the demand, that that has to do with the utility, but at the same time, QNT, the token itself, it's just there's a lot of I guess you say barriers and whatnot. So my thing is this, right? China. I hope to God that we get some form of transparency, right? Because I mean, if we do the deep dives and it shows that MIT and you had IBM and all this working, then okay, then that shows the tremendous amount of demand for QNT. But at the end of the day, I just don't want people to think like, I share this news and, that means boom, all this stuff is going to take off immediately. There could be delays in reaction to some of that. If everything that we talk about, it has to be posted on a public ledger, as the saying goes. That's the beauty of blockchain. I'm just saying, I mean, what if there is delays in regards to this? This is, I hate to say, like a communist country, and they might not just be as transparent as we're hoping for. So, but at the same time, you never know. I mean, things could go absolutely bonkers. So with that also said, let's put that aside. Let's say the whole thing with Shenzhou, China, never happened. There was no thing with IBM. Quant still has this stuff going on with, Europe, right? For central banks in Europe. Also, the Bank of England, creating a digital pound. How about LACchain, right? For Latin America. So they got too much good things going on for them to just basically dismiss. Now, in regards to like what you're mentioning, this whole thing of, the hype dying down. I don't really think it's so much of the hype dying down to the degree where not as many people are talking about it. I just don't think as many people are talking about specific dates, because those dates have came. I think what we should start talking about a little bit more, and you'll probably see the likes of Crypto Lulu, Lewis Jackson and some other guys talking about is what banks, big players, I should say, they're connected to big institutional money. What big players, whether it's HSBC and so on, which ones on that list will basically have that implementation. They already went live with ISO 222. They already, and then those guys are tracking it, right? Because they have tracked it in the past. All right. Let's find out which ones have, for instance, the Black Rocks, if you will. Now, some people are going to say, well, Max, that's not going to happen yet until we get the clarity. I get that part too. But at the same time, if here especially in the United States, if we're going from some organizations that are leaving here and going to like Europe or, the Far East and so on, I'm just saying that at some point you're going to have some big players who are going to, jump the gun because maybe you need to open up or raise a bunch of capital for, particular firms and so on. So with that said, then you maybe get a little bit more of the hype, if you will. But at the end of the day, I mean, like we mentioned, it's not that there's a difference between the start of a bull run and the all-time highs. If we're all about all-time highs, which I'm about the all-time highs as well, then we do need to have 100% of the implementation. And again, back to my analogy about those Olympic-sized swimming pools with the on-demand liquidity, we just barely have our feet wet. That's literally the visualization everybody needs. All right, that was a long explanation from my point of view. I think people can agree to disagree with that, and that's okay. All right, I want to read this from Michael Montclair. He says, maybe they meant XRP XLM payments on settlement insurance. Usually you're waiting weeks. That's a good point as well, Michael. Thank you for that. I want to welcome Mr. Patrick Collier. Thank you for being here. And who loves fish? God, you love fish because you're a cat. Yeah, that's funny. All right, Henry Brown. Yo, everyone, let me know if the super chat went through. What was that 6:46 my time? I'll double check the other screen if it did. Looks like it did. So let's see what's going on with that. And we'll just go ahead and highlight this as a bookmark. After we get into the super chat, we'll get back into our coverage. All right, so smash that like if you haven't done so already. And all right. Oh, you guys blocked the keyboard warrior. Okay. Well, how we talk about, guys going out and touching a boob. Well, let's face it, for people like that, probably never going to happen. All right. Miguel, welcome. And I also want to welcome Mr. Marketing General. Thank you for being here. All right. Let's get down to super chat from Henry Brown. All right, man. And by the way, Henry Brown, maybe we can show his particular YouTube real quick. Actually, we will. Let me see. I think, what's it called? Hold on. Henry Brown Beats. That's not it. Oh, yeah, it is. Cool. We'll give you a sub. All right. Yeah. So I think you have two separate channels or something. But anyway, thank you again for the super chat. He says, Jabrani beaten, pie eaten, trail blazing, eyebrows raising, stronger than a bear, faster than a buck. Best thing to hit crypto because the SEC suck. That's a good rhyme, man. Thank you again for $5 super chat. I like that. So let's show your particular, if you don't mind. I don't think you mind. You have another one. That's like, he produces beats. So check this out. Here's his YouTube, Mr. Henry Brown. He's got some of this Rasta hop. And you haven't done any videos in a while, but I guess I don't know, if you want to drop your other particular YouTube, we could look into it. But yeah, thanks again, man. It says Ja Coast Califari Ryden. Cool stuff, man. All right, we'll read a couple more comments. Let's get into this. You have another super chat, man. Cool stuff. Thanks. Max is doing something right for people to troll. I guess, man. I mean, we're not that big yet. I mean, I think the most I ever had with you guys was like 90, which was cool. Because people thought things were really turning bullish. But thanks for this $2 super chat, Henry Brown, as well as the other ones. Appreciate you, man. Always appreciate you. All right. Let me jump back down to the comments and welcome Mr. Salamander. Mentalek, hello. Is it me you're looking for? Lionel Richie. Thank you for being here. And Joyce states, I guess because Max was having problems with his internet, he didn't get the first super chat. Henry, so glad to. Oh, that's probably what was going on. Yeah, this show has to be live, I guess, for that to happen or something. It's kind of weird. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna read one more. True says he's well. He hopes all is well with us. All right. We're gonna go ahead and highlight that. We're gonna jump back into what we have in regards to some of the stuff from BSV, and we'll get into some other topics. Don't worry, you guys. But yeah, I was glad to basically share some of that stuff with you guys. All right, so I'm gonna jump back to a little bit more of what we have. All right, give me a second. And the next thing I'm going to show you in regards to this whole thing of BSV is this other one. Actually, there's two things I should say. I do see that thing that you said, check this out, Max. I'll show that in a little bit. And I'll put that on a different page, Mr. Crypto Mike. All right. So this is also from the Bitcoin Association. I'll share it in just a bit. It's just a quick little snippet, if you will. Let me see where we're at. Hold on just a second. Actually, I want to show you guys this. Yeah, I'm going to share this, and then I'm going to show you that other thing from the New York State Senate. So again, this was 4 hours ago. All right. So it says N-Chain. And if you've been following crypto and so on, you know, N-Chain is pretty big. All right. So for instance, here's a little thing in regards to N-Chain. They are a Web3 solutions provider driven to address some of the global challenges and make a social impact. They're transforming the world from Web 2 to Web 3. So, you know, one thing I covered yesterday with the Crypto Smith is understanding, for instance, you know, what Gilbert Verdi and a quant, he's like one of the pioneers, if you will, working with the Internet Engineering Task Force, the IETF, right? They're the pioneers of the internet. Well, understand, you know, Gilbert Verdi has seen not just Web 2 to Web 3, but he's literally seen, you know, Web 1 to 2 to 3, and then where we're going to go from here. I liked following projects and being invested personally into projects that are part of this journey of like what you see right here, you know, transforming the world from Web 2 to Web 3. And this connection that they have to BSV, I think is pretty big. Again, guys, I don't think this is a laughing matter anymore when it comes to BSV. I'm really taking it serious. So, but to each his own. Check this out. So it says at N-Chain Global, CPMO warns people about common blockchain pitfalls. Sergio De Mingo advises caution when introducing blockchain to existing systems and warns against adopting technologies that companies don't fully understand. This is only 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Let's go ahead and play this. Smash that like. And if you enjoy our segment in regards to BSV and you want to learn more, let us know what has turned you on to BSV. Was it Cool Cat Crypto, or is it just, you know, you tuning into CTN and you heard me talk about it lately, or let's face it, maybe you found out about BSV long before our coverage here. We would love to hear your story in regards to BSV. Smash that like. Here we go.
There is too many ways to introduce blockchain into the ecosystem. What is a fact is that the type of company that you are, you have to try to implement pilot in blockchain. So the best way to introduce is to find the right use case. And if you don't have a use case that you already thought because you are immersed, you know, in your nightmare day-to-day basis, if you're a company, you can call, you know, a company like us and you try to, with our knowledge that we already implement several use cases, we'll try to find the best spot. But the right one is try to find the use case that will solve a problem, like loyalty, digital payments, digital identity, whatever you needed around blockchain capabilities. And we will try to implement that to reduce the cost and try to get the best solution possible. But let me talk a little bit about loyalty. It is quite simple to implement the blockchain and will help you to trace and to monitorize what is the journey for a customer in terms of loyalty, and you can share those tokens or loyalties with different partners around your organization. And in fact, you can exchange those tokens and even to resell to your family or to your father or to your son what will be the token. So it's a good example how to do it, but there are too many examples or use cases in this industry, like the digital identity micropayments, or even implementing or try to interact and integrate your IoT system with blockchain to give you real-time solutions to all of your devices around your enterprise.
All right, I had to turn off some settings right there. Yeah, there's maybe a couple more things we'll show, but we'll definitely get into more of our lineup here in a bit. I also saw another super chat came in. Thank you for that. And also April Cornwell, I did see you. Thank you for being here, April. Always with the flowers. Hope that you're having a wonderful day, April. And thank you, Larry, for saying that. Appreciate you. Henry Brown with another super chat. He says utility, global regs, and adoption. It's typo. It's okay. Is how the value, I guess you could say, will take off. That's a good point. And thank you again, Henry Brown, man. You rock with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Stargazer says he didn't smash the like button. He hopes he didn't break it. That's okay. Maddie B says crypto not to Italia. That Italy, I guess, that for sure. They want people using buggy to handle the dummies in charge, not like the likes of technology. That's too bad. That's definitely a place that I never really mentioned it. So I'm looking to study Italian in the future, and then I'm part of my 1-year vacation where I go around the world. Italy is a place I'm looking to spend at least 1 month, and I also want to learn their language. I always wanted to learn their language. So I don't know. I might just fall in love with Italy and maybe just move there someday. Who knows? Anyway, let's go further down. And you really do like that's cool. That's cool. I do love fish in real life too. Cod, pollock, red snapper, flounder. Even though it's kind of an ugly fish, people think of flounder, they think of the Little Mermaid. It's like, oh, a little cute fish. In reality, real flounder is kind of an ugly fish, right? But the meat, the quality of the flesh of the meat is some of the best as far as flavor. So if you've never actually eaten flounder, I would highly, highly recommend eating flounder. It's delicious. There's a lot of course, other fishes, right? But just thought I'd throw that out. I like bassa fish as well. It's pretty good stuff. Has good texture, good flavor. All right. Let's go further down. And I think I want to welcome Mr. Counterparty Risk. I did see another super chat came in. Marketing General, I welcomed you before, but I'm glad that you have you here. I hope to see more of you. I'm glad that you are really bullish on XLM. Right on. We have some stellar coverage for you guys. We wanted to share it for the last 3 days, but for whatever reason, we haven't been able to do it. But we'll definitely do it tonight. So if you guys are looking for some stellar XLM coverage, we definitely have that for you. And it's recent news. I did fast forward to a particular part from Danelle Dixon. So if Stellar's your thing, which apparently it is, stay tuned for that. We'll be more than glad to get into that. Henry Brown says, Retro Brown is my artist page brother. That's right. Max, all my music. Okay, let's go ahead and, give you this, we recognize members of the community. We are not just, strictly like news 100% and that's it. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a moment to see this. We also share Michael Montclair's. Anyway, yeah, let's pull this up for just a brief moment. So Retro Brown, that's right. I think I did subscribe to you the other day in regards to that. Retro Brown. Let's see if I could pull that up. There we go. You know what? I don't think that is it. This is hold on a second. Oh yeah, this is it. All right, Retro Brown. All right, let me go ahead and share this. Here it is. So guys, check out this page. And here we go. He's got a bunch of free beats and stuff. That's cool. I might check out some of this right now. Let's just play like one quick one. Let's check out the free beat Dreamer. Or how about, I like some cyberpunk stuff. Let me check that out real quick.
It's feeling without only those skies. Playing with an open heart is nothing nice. Now you wanna go, make me feel bad. Now you wanna go, make me feel bad. Hey. It's so fun and games until it's not. Things are nice and cool until it's hot. Now you wanna go, make me feel bad. Now you wanna go, make me feel bad. Life is nothing without pleasure and pain. Relationships are nothing without tears of joy and tears of pain. Now you wanna go, make me feel bad. Now you wanna go, make me feel bad. Hey. Now you wanna go, make me feel bad. Now you wanna go, make me feel bad.
All right. That was super cool, man. That was a cool, chill vibe. I got to agree. I had to play the whole thing. I was like, man, this is kind of getting, I should say kind of, it is getting pretty good. So give him a follow. He's got 8,800 views on that one. Pretty nice, man. Looks like you got about 322 subs. Go ahead and give him a sub. He's got other chill beats, hip hop, all sorts of stuff, right? Check out his particular channel. Here it is once again. He's got some of that, you know, big booty hoes, jump with it, pum 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 pum, you know, that type of stuff, I guess. Some East Coast, some West Coast, baby burn bow, you know, burn baby burn like disco inferno, something like that. But yeah, thank you very much. And let's go further down into the comments. Thank you again for the $5 super chat. I'll read this because it is a question. Cool Cat says, notice how the second one you tag BSV here comes the trolls. You know, that's a good point because you know what? I did see some really bad like FUD on crypto Twitter. So I know what you're talking about. And they're like pointing out some bad things. So I'm glad, obviously, you're aware of it. All right. Yeah. And Shane. Yeah. Carson Crypto says he's kept up with the ACH. They have been nailing partnerships left and right. Cool stuff, man. I'm glad you know about it. And I like seeing that. You know, who is it? Blackwood. Obviously, it's not just Triple C. It's, you know, there's Blackwood. I think maybe possibly River. A few of the other guys are in the BSV. I'm too into it. I have a handful of it. I need to get some more, but I've become very, very impressed with it. Like I said, I think there's something solid there. All right. Michael Montclair says, what the heck is payday? Thanks, Max, for every something got chopped off. Well, you're very, very welcome. And you know what? Because we love our community, let's give the one and only, the great Michael Montclair a plug as well. Let's see where we're at. Michael Montclair. And here's his. Again, I don't know why it took off some of my favorite songs that you had, maybe because of copyright strike or something. But we'll play one of your newer ones. Let's do Pontevedra by the Sea. Here we go. From the great Michael Montclair. He's at congratulations, 101 subs. Help him out with a few more subs. That'd be great. Here we go.
Pontevedra by the sea. Pontevedra by the sea. Such a lovely place to be. Pontevedra by the sea. Let's take a vesper siesta. We'll see the sights and the sounds. Lovely flowers and April showers. No, they never let me down. Let's make love on a sailboat in its Mediterranean splendor, weary and carefree, and Pontevedra by the sea. We'll walk hand in hand down the avenues. Then we'll head down to every cafe in town. Falling in love is so easy, you see. And Pontevedra by the sea. Take my hand on this romantic getaway plan, and this little charming spot in Spain. Such a miracle came to me in lovely Pontevedra by the sea. Take my hand, romance is calling, in this charming spot in Spain. Love will always remain for you and me in lovely Pontevedra by the sea. You and me by the sea. Pontevedra by the sea.
All right, that was the great Michael Montclair. Thank you very much for $2 super chat, and thank you for the wonderful voice that you have bestowed upon us, sir. Thank you. All right. I also think I saw the one and only Mr. Le Grand Commission. Oui, oui. Merci beaucoup. You see what he has to share with us. I'm going to go further down into the comments. See what he has. Well, Max, it's not a super chat for crying out. I understand that. But you know, you got to also realize it is Le Grand Commission. But before we get to that, I have to get to the next super chat. Stellar is in Chile now, cross border. We have some information in regards to what they're working with Australia. We'll get to that as well. So cool stuff. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Mr. Henry Brown. Joyce is right. She loves flounder. Used to catch them with your brother. Oh, that's cool. See, that's fun. You had fun, and you enjoy what you ate. And the great thing about it is, you know, you can bake it, you can fry it. I mean, it's one of the best tasting fish, in my opinion. All right. Yeah, I know. I made sure first. I know, but it's a free beat, so we're good. All right. Glad you guys enjoyed that. You make tracks and write the lyrics and pay people to sing it for you. Nice. All right, here's the one from La Grande Commission. I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page, make sure I didn't miss anything else. Let's see where we're at. Salamander says, I think Max is in love. I am, but not with a real person. The person from my book that I've been writing about for the longest time. I know it sounds weird, right? Max is in love with somebody imaginary. Yeah, I've been writing a book for many years about the perfect woman. Yeah, crazy, huh? It's not released yet, but someday it will be. And maybe you can get my book. Yeah, anyway. One of 3 books I've been writing for the longest time. A lot of people don't know about that. So, yeah. All right. So let's go further into what Mr. Le Grand Commission was talking about. Let's highlight this. He says he found a good video about Gary the Gopher Gensler. He sent it to me on Twitter. All right, let's get into that from the one, the only, Le Grand Commission. All right, let's see what we got. He says play the first 2 minutes. All right, let's get into this, Mr. Le Grand Commission. See, nobody else can say it like that. Play the first 2 minutes. I will definitely do that, my friend. All right. Let's share this. Smash that like. Here we go.
Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Gary Gensler, finally comes clean and admits something that we've all known, which is that most cryptos are not a security. And I got to tell you, this is a refreshing change of pace from what Gary's usually been talking about. However, there's a little caveat, and that is that Gary said this all the way back in 2018 when he was teaching at MIT. It is astounding to me how a professor, someone who taught at MIT and should know these types of curriculum, the things that he is talking about inside and out, is here to tell everybody who is listening to him at this point of how cryptos are not securities. And it's amazing to me, and in a very short amount of time, how I can go from that, where he knew exactly what he was talking about, to now saying that everything is a security besides Bitcoin. So take a listen to this and tell me where I'm off.
So we already know in the US and in many other jurisdictions that 3/4 of the market are not ICOs, or not what be called securities, even in the US, Canada, and Taiwan, the 3 jurisdictions that follow something similar to the Howey test that we've talked about. 3/4 of the market is non-securities. It's just a commodity, a cash crypto. So you'll hear debates about initial coin offerings and what's a security and what's not a security. Relevant and important debate, but for 3/4 of the market, it's not particularly relevant as a legal matter.
We get to hear Gary speak the truth. Unfortunately, something happened along the way, and now everything besides Bitcoin is now a security. And this has been repeated numerous times for different conversations, different interviews, and even before Congress. So when we're taking a look at this, what could have changed? Well, I prescribe to the theory that Gary is not, it's not so much about the banks, it's not so much about the investment groups. It really just comes down to the administration and what they want, because it really comes down to they see crypto and digital assets, specifically a lot of them, as going to weaken the dollar.
All right. Hey, LeGrand Commission, thank you so much, man. It's always great having you here. I know you're always going to say, but Max, I am secretly in the background. I just not, comment a lot. Merci beaucoup. Very true. But still glad to actually see you type in the comments and send stuff like that on Twitter. So glad to see an old familiar face. You rock, man. Thank you very much for being here. All right. Gonna go further down. Henry Brown is thanking everybody. That dude looks like he's doing something naughty. I know. I highlighted for Gensler, but I know what you're referring to. And then when I saw that, I was like, oh God, the DGens are going to come out because of that whole thing with the, the hand movement where towards the, never mind. Yeah. All right. Brushing his teeth. Yeah, there you go. The longer it went, the better it got until it was pretty dope. Everyone's saying hello to LeGrand Commission, giving each other dabs back. Sorry. Allergies sometimes just kind of get a hold of you. All right. Elon Musk says April was booty popping. Wow. When you yelled big booty oh yeah. Big booty hoes, jump with it. April Cornwell. April Cornwell. Nah, 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 nah. Big booty hoes, jump with it. Boom, 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 boom. Go April. Go April. Go April. Go April. Rock it out. Rock it out. Yeah. Yeah. Now do it. Now do it. Now do it. Do it. Do it. She's rocking. Get your camera out. Do it, Michael. Put your camera out. Crypto Mike. He's there. Oh, yeah. He's there. Do it live. Bust it out. Big booty hoes. Jump with it. All right. Sorry. I had to do it. Just lost like 10 people doing that anyway. Oh, man. Grab 13 BSV. That's old stuff. All right. GF Burke is back. He says, that guy can wail. Cool. Welcome, Mr. Burke. Don't think I'm dismissing you, though. I don't know what you mean by whale. Henry Brown says, thank you, Big Watch Dude. He appreciates you and all the community. Thank you very much, man. He's becoming XRP baby whale as well. Who is? I must have missed that. Michael definitely can sing. Yeah. And the lovely Zara can vouch for that. Isn't that right, Mr. Montclair? Yes. Good stuff. All right. We're going to get into a little bit more what we have. Max is in love. Yeah, with a fictional character of my book, The Perfect Woman. All right. Henry Brown, I just subbed to Michael Montclair, but one problem. Oh, yeah, that's right. You might want to consider fixing that, Michael, unless you want that way. He might have some like kids or, nephews or nieces that, or whoever. I don't know. You talked me into a cool cut. Just bought 20 BSV. Seriously? Interesting. Unless you're trolling. Could be trolling. This cool cat just bought another 30. Wow. Well, you know what? That's cool, guys. I mean, if you guys are serious, because I mean, the way I look at it is, at the end of the day, like I mentioned, the research, the projects, they speak for themselves, right? That's the main thing, It's like, I think all of us can all agree that we should have bought, Bitcoin back in like 2010 or 2013, like whenever we first heard about it. For me, it was basically 2010. And at the time, I remember seeing listings of just 3 of them. The ones that stood out was Bitcoin, Ethereum, which is obviously now Ethereum Classic, and it was Litecoin. And those are the only ones I knew. There's like a couple other ones. I don't think they're even around anymore, but those are the ones I remember. And, it's just like, God, it'd be a whole different financial situation. But maybe BSV is the second chance at the real Bitcoin, and the partnerships they have, and this thing that's coming up soon with London Blockchain Week. That was something that, the coverage we had last night. We can show you guys just a brief thing about that again. But we definitely have some other coverage for you tonight. All right. Yeah, you are appreciated as well. I'm going to go further down. You wrote a book, Walking Among Giants and the Atom Code. Interesting. Is it available on Amazon? Wouldn't mind checking that out. Cool stuff, man. And let's see. Salamander says Mr. Burns has better color. God. Yeah. Elon Muff says $2 super chat. Hello, Max tag. Hello, what I do at night. Okay, hold on. Give me just a second. I'm going to read this real quick, though. And that is, hello, guten Tag. Liechtenstein Exchange. Just me in the house. Smash that like. Boom. All right. Thank you for being here in Magic Power. We're going to go into this. Man, I don't know what's going on. Maybe people just don't like the format tonight. We got a bad turnout tonight, but that's okay. It's because we turned, Max, you take BSV. They're coming after your show. I don't know. Could be. You never know what's going on. We'll take a look at your tags here in a second, Mike. Give me a second. Let me see what's going on. I'm gonna see if there's I think there's a lot of other shows going on. That has to be what's going on. Let's see. Not really. Not really at all. What about cryptocurrency shows? No. I guess it's just one of those days. Like Monica. It's just one of them days. Right? That's okay. All right. So let's pull up Mr. Cornwell. And he's got a bunch of tags. Oh boy. Okay. So maybe he was recording some of this stuff. All right, check this out, you guys. This is funny stuff. This is from the great Mike Cornwell. He says, Max, what happens at my place at night? Lol. Let's blow this up. All right, here we go.
What it's like at my house. Max on the big screen. Got my XRP. What it's like at my house.
Nice.
On the big screen.
Heck yeah, Mike. Right on, man. In front of the screen, you're like, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, breaking the law, right? Yeah. Thank you. Awesome stuff. Thanks for recording that. All right. Got to go further down into the comments. Going to read a few more. He is a sick liar. I agree with you on that. Thank you for being here, Mr. Stargazer. You need about 2,500 more XLM and you'll be done with that. Okay. Done stacking for now. J. Ross says, Genzer looks like that old man from Poltergeist 2. I didn't see Poltergeist 2. I'll take your word on that. Legrand says, thank you, Max. You're very welcome. Glad to have you back. Let's see. Old man from Poltergeist 2. You're gonna die. What the heck? We're all gonna die eventually. That's weird. I'm glad you guys are having a good. You know what? So it's been kind of a unusual show tonight. Obviously, we're like an hour and 20 into it, but I'm glad everybody's having a good time, and that's the main thing. Hey Max, is this your Luke impression? My Luke impression. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. Luke from, his like, X-rated hip hop from the 90s. Big Luke. Yeah, I remember Luke. Oh my gosh. Like when you're a kid and you went into the record store, everyone's like, yeah, man, go into the Luke section. Just for, you get where I'm coming from, right? All right, only on CTN. Yeah, like what? Like what the heck? I was just trying to help Mike because he was just like April Cornwall's doing the, big booty hoes, jump with it, bum, 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 bum. You should probably doing it now. I don't know. All right. Will Jasmine become the new Japanese Bitcoin? I feel like yes. I feel like that is a thing, but it doesn't really deserve that title. The only reason why I called, the Bitcoin in Japan is because it was the first. But I mean, come on. Every time we think there's like, okay, we're gonna get a little bit of break from this Jasmine news, boom, they come out with something else. That's very bullish. It'd be one thing if like they weren't doing squat ever, and it was just like a lot of hopium. But like they have some solid things going on. The whole thing with Hong Kong, Amazon Web Services. I got some news for you guys tonight if I ever get around to it, right? Sony, Toyota with Jasmine. Yeah. Yeah. And knowing that, guys, how about this? Did you know it's also Panasonic? Yeah. Panasonic. I don't have that readily available tonight, but if you look more into it, it's also Panasonic. Yep. Good old Panasonic. Not too bad. All right. 7 days to die update coming other than charting. Interesting. All right. Yes, Amazon. My author's name is different. Not on my. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Lazy Jedi says Max people tune in for the crypto talk, but are being distracted by your increased level of sexy. Turn down the sexy, and more people will tune in. Oh, jeez. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lazy Jedi. You might trade your XSP for BSV. Huh. All right. J Rod says Jasmine is his biggest bag. Next couple months are crucial. Almost 50,000 holders. Yeah. Yeah. We're at 49 something. We're almost there. It's pretty cool. Elon Musk is the new Metallica guitarist. You know what? He sent me a text one time and he recorded it and of like just him jamming it out. And I forgot what specific one it was, but I was like, man, that sounds really good. And it was, I think it was using like bass guitars at the time or something. It was pretty awesome. Mike the Bull Wool, my best friend is here. How about that? Good to see you, man. I was like, you know what? I got to give you a call. Go Suns, my friend. I don't even know if you're still here, but thank you for being here, Mike. I have known this guy since he was 14 years old. How about that, right? I was 18 and he was, or hold on a second. You're 15. My bad. I've known you since you're 15 years old because we got a 3-year difference. They literally used to live right down the block from me. How about that? The bestest friend anybody could ask for, man, for real. He, you don't find many guys like Mike Wool. Love and miss you, brother. Hopefully you're doing well. We'll have to catch up if you're still listening. All right, man. Let's see where we're going. And the XRP shirt, yeah. Wu-Tang is the greatest. That's right, Mike. That's right. All right. Jasmine's going to be huge everywhere. Methinks. All right. Yeah. You know what? We're going to get back into the news coverage that we have for you guys tonight. I want to show you guys just a tad bit more from this whole thing in regards to BSV. Give me just a moment to pull some of this up. So, you may be wondering, why is so much emphasis on the BSV, Max? Well, why not? So here is one more particular thing you're going to see from the Bitcoin Association. All right. Maybe like 2 or 3 things, actually. So that you saw that particular clip from the New York Senate, which is big, right? There's this other small clip. I think it's only like I don't know. It's not like the other one was 2 minutes. It's literally, I think it's like literally 30 seconds. Yeah, it's 40 seconds. I found it. This one's pretty cool. I'm going to go ahead and like this. I'm going to retweet it. Let's go ahead and jump into this for a brief moment. This is more from Brian Doherty. Smash a like if you haven't done this already. Let's go ahead and share this. So on this particular one, it says almost a mic drop moment from Brian W. Doherty at the New York Senate Standing Committee on Banks hearing this week. It's all about the scaling. You remember how many times Cool Cat Crypto mentioned, does your project scale? You know, saying that BSV scales like no other. Well, check this out. If we want regulatory clarity, this might be the path forward. Here we go.
I would argue that unless the fees overtake the actual subsidy, there's no business here. And in 2 years, all of this will be for naught as far as discussing this type of technology, because it's not going to have any real world implications. That's why it's key that we focus on the scaling of these technologies. Again, if it's only doing 14 transactions per second, volatile fees, they're actually telling you it's digital gold and telling you to hold on to it and use PayPal, use your Visa, use your MasterCard, then what is the digital asset or innovation that we're talking about? I would argue that unless...
So that is like a mic drop moment. And again, if you guys weren't here for part 2 last night, we were making a big deal about some of this stuff because, again, it's the path forward for that regulatory clarity. So, I mean, you know, that in itself, I want to get behind projects that want to, you know, fast track regulations and basically explain to, let's face it, a state that the most anti-state of all crypto, New York State, to even be able to have these conversations, that's a big, big win for all of us going forward, even if we're not invested into, you know, BSV, right? So cool stuff with that. This last one, this last video, there's another particular article we're going to get into, but this particular video clip, I want to show you guys, and it's in regards to IBM, you know. So like Cool Cat was mentioning, some big things are coming up with IBM and VSV and so on. I believe, like he said, like in the next week or maybe towards, you know, in May. And then there's some obviously big things coming up for London blockchain conference, right? So I'm going to pull up the history from the other day in regards to what we shared with some of these particular interviews, right? So give me just a second to pull this up. And, you know, again, some of you guys saw it last night, but for all the people who might have missed on it, you gotta keep on, this is pretty big. So I want to share this, and I'm just gonna fast forward to some of the good spots. Hold on. Well, I guess it's only about 10. I guess I'll leave it at this spot. So I'm gonna share this. It says Web3 creates more equitable business model for all. This was 3 months ago, but this is with Agatha Slater, excuse me, who's part of IBM, right? And here's a little bit more of a description, right? So it says, blockchain is all about collaboration and building a broader ecosystem of value exchange. In this sense, Web3, one that's powered by massively scaling blockchain technology, is building a new kind of economy with a more even distribution of value via incentivization. IBM blockchain practice leader, Central and Eastern European Dr. Agatha Slater tells CG backstage, right, on this interview. But the point is, I want you to pay attention to what she says, and I want you to see the background, right, the actual wallpaper background. You'll be blown away to see where Bitcoin, as in SV, is positioned here. Smash that like. Let's go ahead and play this. Kind of a weird day for attendance, but that's all right. Here we go.
Hey everybody, this is Becky Legero for CoinGeek.com. I am here with Dr. Agatha Slater. She is with IBM. We are here in Mallorca, and IBM has a big presence at this conference here thanks to Gate to Chain. So Agatha, first of all, can you please describe to our audience how IBM is involved with the blockchain space and what you're doing here at this event.
IBM has been involved with blockchain for many years now, and we work mostly with enterprise clients, and we bring blockchain solutions to them, from consultancy, advising on how to enter this space, advising on the best technology tools that address best some of the business problems that our customers have, all the way through to helping them out to develop solution and then supporting them in that.
So if you have a customer and you're trying to explain to them what value blockchain can bring to their enterprise or their business, what would you say to them?
So it depends. It depends on the industry, depends on the use case as well. But I think we're in an interesting point right now where customers are shifting their mindset from wanting to optimize processes to wanting to actually create new services for their customers and focus on bringing value to the end customer. So I think that is a very interesting space because you have to start thinking about how you're incentivizing the user. What are they getting out of being your customer? You know, what are they getting in return? Also how you're incentivizing your business partners, because blockchain, it's all about collaboration, about building that broader ecosystem of value exchange. So we need to have a business model inside that, you know, works well for everyone. It is really difficult, actually.
Yeah, I bet it is. And there's so many buzzwords floating around out there, and people are like, what does this mean? What does that mean? All the different definitions. And Web3 is one of those buzzwords.
Yes, it is.
And I know that you have a way of defining it. Can you share that with us?
So the way I look at Web3 is, okay, it's this new iteration of the internet, but what does that mean? I feel that it's helpful to apply some guiding principles to it. And to me, it's decentralization, building that new type of digital economy based on incentivization, engagement, rewards, creating a more equitable business model where value is more evenly distributed.
And I know that we're here in Mallorca. We're here talking to the tourism industry here on the island, which is just booming. It's huge. Can you talk to me about some use cases for Web3 and for blockchain, all this kind of technology when it comes specifically to tourism here in Spain?
Yeah. Well, I think we can build many new use cases on top of that decentralized infrastructure. The way I think about it is in these sort of building blocks, you know, so I see it as blockchain enabling a technology stack that can open up opportunities for new use cases. And these blockchain enablers, as I call them, is identity, tokenization, traceability, and payments. And if you put all that together, suddenly you have really cool opportunities on how you can engage with your customers. So for example, providing better identity management solutions where your customers do not have to leave bits of information with every different provider and disclose all of them on demand, but that information can be under their ownership, deployed at the context where different bits of information are relevant, and doing that in a way that it's fair to the customer. So identity is one example, which is super relevant for the tourism industry. And also I think that loyalty systems, that's an area that's deeply problematic right now, that loyalty points are locked in a vendor context. They're not transferable. They're not redeemable. Redeeming is actually opaque. It is not transparent. So it would be better, more efficient for everyone, for the businesses and for the customer if there was one loyalty system where everybody collaborates, and for the customer where they can take 1 point that they accumulated one vendor, bring them to another vendor, maybe even sell your tokenized rewards in a secondary marketplace. So that opens up a lot of cool possibilities.
All right, and also look at the background, right? You have in-chain, you know, BSV blockchain, you know, Bitcoin Satoshi Vision, right? IBM. You know, that is a big deal. So I was glad to share that. Again, it's kind of like a reiteration of last night, but I thought, you know, there's nothing wrong with sharing this again. So if anything, I'm going to show you guys one more particular one. This is a particular article I found in regards to this whole thing with BSV, right? So this was recent, as of, I believe, today. So let's just go ahead and share this for just a brief moment. It says, the future is here. Gibraltar issues its first digital asset freezing order. A court in Gibraltar has mandated the freezing of 43 million worth of digital assets linked with failed digital asset trader Globix. The first time any such order has been applied to digital assets within the jurisdiction. This, of course, reported by the Financial Times. And I'm going to go ahead and see if I'm in the frame. I am. That's good stuff. It says the order marks a significant step in Gibraltar's plan to make the country a global, listen to this, guys, lawful digital asset hub. Why point some of this stuff out, right? So if you understand, LCX, for instance, and where they're positioned in the world, right? That simply, makes sense, right? Is this another one that makes sense like that, where they're positioned in the world, where they're going to have, for instance, established regulations aimed at digital asset market when some of these things get passed, right? Well, could very well be, right? It says the order was made at the request of Globix's liquidators. Globix, which is registered in the British Virgin Islands as Miracle World Ventures Limited, went into liquidation in March after shuttering in June of 2022 amid turmoil in the digital assets market. There's a little bit more in regards to this. According to the FT, Globix's liquidators are hunting 43 million in investor funds supposedly held in digital asset wallets to aid in the liquidation process. The liquidators applied for a court order to freeze Binance's wallets associated with Globix and compel other exchanges, including Kraken and even Bitstamp, to turn over information concerning the identities of certain wallets and their platforms. The court granted the request and made the order on April 13th. Like you got this whole thing, such orders are part and parcel of the legal system and a cornerstone of the liquidation process. When traditional assets are involved, as we know, the tracking and recovery of the assets is one of the most challenging parts of the liquidation proceeding, particularly where those previously in charge of the company are on the run. Yikes, right? Talks about this whole thing of, we've seen a calamity of like bank runs, all that stuff, right? Now, let's jump down to this part in regards to like BSV. So I will read this part real quick right here. It says the idea of courts issuing freezing orders over digital assets has tended to attract heated commentary from those anxious to keep the law away from the industry. But as Gibraltar's court order shows, such orders are not only possible, but highly necessary in a world where digital assets are actually used. Now, enter BSV. It says, in fact, applying court orders to digital assets has never been easier. Last year, the Bitcoin Association, for BSV, launched a groundbreaking digital asset recovery tool, which allows for court orders to be translated into a machine-readable format and transmitted across any number of blockchain networks, BSV, for instance, BTC, and even Bitcoin Cash included. Under this arrangement, a person with a valid court order doesn't need to rely on the compliance, guys, listen to this, of individual exchanges in order to enforce it. They'll be able to send it straight to the network. All right. And like it says right here, excuses for keeping digital assets away from the legal system are running out fast. Given the sheer number of lost or stolen digital assets and the volume of exchanges going under over the past 12 months or so, right? The Gibraltar's court treatment of digital asset recovery here is more likely to be the new status quo than an exception to the old one. So when we're talking about this whole thing of, regulations and so on, you better believe that this is definitely going to enter into that particular mix. And with that said, I think I just showed you, if I'm not mistaken. No, I didn't show you this video. So this is in reference to the digital asset recovery process, and this will be explained. This is about a 5-minute video. I do want to play this in regards to what we mentioned. And let's go ahead and share this. Here we go. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. I'm going to go ahead and play this.
You've most likely heard of the phrase, not your keys, not your bitcoins. Not exactly. Allow us to explain. Bitcoin was designed to comply with the rules of law and the tokens are treated as property and are therefore owned by people and entities. For Bitcoin blockchain technology to be adopted by enterprise and business, it needs to ensure regulatory compliance and respect the laws applicable to all property and assets. This will build confidence among enterprises, government, and the general public. Every new revolutionary technology goes through a period of regulatory uncertainty until the lawmakers and courts catch up with understanding new innovation. That catch-up period for digital assets is arriving, meaning established property rights will apply to digital assets. The earliest versions of Bitcoin were designed with a rudimentary alert key functionality in the system. While the function initially couldn't work at scale, it laid out the foundation for Bitcoin's freezing system. Unfortunately, it was removed by software engineers who worked on the protocol after Satoshi Nakamoto disappeared from public view. Bitcoin's new version of the alert system does not freeze coins in itself. It is up to the honest node operators to follow any court order that requires them to do so. If they refuse to follow, they risk law enforcement action. We'll show you how Bitcoin's digital asset recovery process freezes and returns digital assets in 3 steps. The first step of the digital asset freezing process is obtaining a court order or a document of equivalent legal force. It is up to the owner to initiate a legal process to establish the ownership of coins they deem to be rightfully theirs. In step 2, the plaintiff commissions a notary who can operate a notary tool. The notary converts the court order into a machine-readable format and transmits it to the mining network. Miners run the Blacklist Manager software as an add-on to their node software to receive messages from the notary. Notaries have to reach out to miners to establish trust to facilitate this connection. Once a node's Blacklist Manager has received the signed freeze order from the notary's app, it automatically responds with a confirmation message. When a notary is satisfied that enough miners have confirmed the freeze order, it activates a consensus freeze order. From now on, all honest nodes reject any subsequent attempts to spend any digital assets on their frozen list, including blocks by other miners attempting to spend these assets. In step 3, once an asset recovery tool has been launched, miners' Blacklist Manager tools will receive legal documents ordering the reassignment of misappropriated or lost assets, and execute a transaction that transfers ownership of coins to their legally determined owner. What happens if a miner ignores a court order? If a miner decides to ignore a court order, they would open themselves up to contempt and potential legal claims, and would risk orphaning their blocks. This would cripple their business and waste the investment they've made to build it. Now, back to not your keys, not your bitcoins. Possession of keys does not equate to ownership of digital assets. Here's an example. A CTO runs off with the keys to their company's Bitcoin assets. He has possession of the keys, but he does not own the Bitcoins. The company remains the rightful and legal owner. Every single distinguished professor of law will agree that we all could use a tool to recover assets that have been stolen. Courts and regulators are adapting to the digital asset revolution. A notary tool and Blacklist Manager align network capabilities with the evolving expectations of regulatory bodies. This is an unprecedented step towards ensuring that Bitcoin is regulatory friendly and transactions are transparent and auditable. This will encourage adoption for enterprise and business and give them the confidence to build applications on the Bitcoin network. That's how freezing, recovering, and returning Bitcoin should and will work under the law. Digital asset recovery can be made possible on BTC, BCH, and BSV. However, Bitcoin SV, BSV is the first blockchain to enable digital asset recovery, creating the world's first regulatory-friendly blockchain.
All right, so there you have it. that will conclude our Bitcoin BSV segment. Glad to basically be able to share that. And again, guys, it's just a reiteration of, this week's topic, regulatory clarity. Who will be the new one that pops up tomorrow? Can't make this stuff up. All right. Gonna get back into the comments. I saw that Selmo Flood was here. Glad to have you here, Mrs. Selmo Flood. And Mike Wool, he says, love you too, brother. We'll catch up soon. Yeah, we definitely will, man. Been too long. Had to get together sometime. You're probably not here right now, but that's okay. Let's see where we're at. They don't need their legs. Lord of the Rings. And funny you mentioned that. I have some breaking news, Burke, when it comes to Sony VAIO. So basically speaking, Jasmy has this real key partnership with Sony VAIO. They are bringing out the new VIAO laptop, and it's going to be made for distribution on May 15th. And it has the brand new Jasmy Secure PC blockchain ready to go, unloaded to all the people in Japan, Hong Kong, and that particular region. And yes, I am kidding. Had to go in there for a bit, didn't I? If you bring it up one more time, yeah, I'm kidding. All right, bad joke. All right, you feel as though IBM needs to do something. They're kind of old news. Hope a good rebound. They've been doing a lot, man. I mean, remember what we reported in regards to the whole thing with Quant, right? Yeah, man. Shangzhou, China, and all that. So, maybe people look at like IBM kind of like stellar to a sense. It's just maybe they don't make a lot of news, but they definitely work in the background. All right, let's go further down. Salamander says, Jasmy, XRP, XTC, baby. You don't like Bitcoin Cash. Sorry, that's all right. You looked at the fake BTC chart. No. I mean, you bought one for the lulz. Oh, boy. That's all right. I used to have that attitude as well, man. I used to be very speculative about it. I am no longer speculative about it. All right. ABM is old news. Seriously. Yeah. Teach his own. I don't really consider IBM old news, but that's all right. All right, so we're going to get into the next part of our coverage. And if you guys have been waiting for the Jasmy coverage, let's go ahead and jump into that. Smash that like, especially for Jasmy. So here's some new news in regards to Jasmy. I was even tempted to do a video this morning in regards to this. So Jasmy collaboration with Hyperpay. No, it's not like Hyperpay / connected to like Hyperfabric, but we have established that, Jasmy is using Hyperfabric, right? So that's cool stuff in itself. So let's blow this up. And as you can see here, it says, this was posted basically this morning, right? Really early this morning. Glad to announce that they have listed Jasmy on Hyperpay wallet. Jasmy provides an IoT platform, as we know. I dropped that video called Jasmy Internet of Things that concluded our final piece of the puzzle of that 6-part series. Let's face it, you guys all got on the live, but for people on the recorded, a 6-part series. It's called Jasmy Internet of Things. It's in the recorded video section of CTN. Check it out if you want to find out more about Jasmy. But Jasmy provides an IoT platform that securely and efficiently manages data sent from IoT devices. Stay tuned for our deeper collaborations. Discover more. We're going to pull that up in a second. I'm going to blow this up for you guys. So here it is in regards to Hyperpay. And if anything, I'll come back in the frame for just a brief moment. So in regards to Hyperpay, as you can see right here, it says Jasmy is IoT platform that uses their own idea and the latest blockchain technology. Jasmy provides an IoT platform that can securely and efficiently manage data sent from IoT devices. They also provide services that allow users to safely manage and operate IoT devices, as well as allow client companies to grasp the status of Internet of Things devices and manage them centrally, right? So, you can even scan this with a QR code if you want to do that. but it says they have safe deposit and even decentralized apps all in Hyperpay. That's cool stuff. And it even shows on the app Jasmy, right? It even says Jasmy is IoT platform that uses their own idea for the latest blockchain tech, so on and so forth. So we're going to jump into this particular page. Here it is. Give me just a second. Yeah, here it is. And this comes straight from Hyperpay. And, you know, it just kind of gives you an idea how their site goes, right? Successfully sign up as a Hyperpay member and claim up to 5,000 plus in rewards if you choose to do so. But I don't know, cool stuff, right? This is a positive catalyst for Jasmy. All right, so let's get into a little bit more of our Jasmy coverage for today. Shout out to this guy who's Jasmy.ai. He follows me, I follow him. Cool guy. He says Jasmy is one of 10 companies chosen for the pitch event at the Teams Web3 Summit in Japan. Let's blow that up. There's about roughly a few, companies in participation. This is going to happen in regards to this pitch, kind of like Shark Tank to a sense, right? And it's going to happen on May 17th to the 18th. Obviously, the location, Tokyo, Japan. And it's going to be like a fast pitch type of thing, right? To like angel investors, venture panels, and so on, right? They got about a minute to pitch it and basically 5 minutes max. But there is a participation fee of $10,000. Here's some of those particular projects. But like I mentioned before, guys, these guys are going to be pitching it towards whether it's Jasmy, some of these other ones, but specifically in regards to Jasmy, all Jasmy needs is to land one gem of a project to join their ecosystem. Just like you had, Singularity Net, Ajax join their particular ecosystem. That's all it takes. One, bright shining star. So I thought I'd share that with you guys. On top of that, I want to show you guys this. All right, this comes from the Jasmy Society. He states he must admit, pretty cool that Jasmy is mentioned on Witt's page on Yahoo Finance. Yeah, Yahoo Finance. I've used Yahoo Finance probably for, at least 10 years or more, right? Some of you guys probably use it longer. Starting to see Jasmy in a lot more places, and that is a good thing. Why is that a good thing? You want to see it start to go mainstream. You don't want so many of the cases where you have good old Maximus trying to hunt down some information and basically interpret it from Japanese to English, right? No. If it's going mainstream, that is the path forward for widespread, worldwide adoption. Here it is. Description: Witt's Corporation engages in the service design and software development business in Japan. The company offers Jasmy personal data locker. Yeah, plain as day. Right there. That's pretty cool stuff. All right. And I think that's basically about it in regards to our Jasmy coverage. The next that we'll get into is in regards to XRP, XLM, and so on. And it's from one of our community members, Mr. Henry Brown. So we're definitely going to share some of that. I'm going to kick it back into the comments here in a bit. And let's see. Burke says, yeah, seriously. When I install racks, set up machines and networks, when was the last time I touched an IBM branded item? All right. GS said Triple C, the council laughs at this. All right. GS, the council frowns upon IBM FUD. The heck? All right. Let's go further down. They brush it off like a fly. I don't know. I'll just give you. Okay, so I get what you're saying, Burke. And, don't get me wrong. I have installed some racks. I put in a 2U unit. I've done 1Us in the past and so on. I'm glad that, you could relate to some of this stuff. Obviously, you work in this industry. So, yes, from your perspective, that makes total sense. I also look at it from the perspective of, and I hate to use video games as an example, but this is an example. So it's like, Sega, right? They used to be a big player as far as gaming consoles for many, many years. And, Obviously, the last system came out, was it like 1999, 2000, something like that? Actually, 98, technically. The Sega Dreamcast, but they're still around. They're still, making games and so on. They still have a presence. I look at IBM to a sense like they do work with a lot of different other companies, the partnerships and so on. They still have infrastructure. They still have things that they work basically on in the background. Obviously, what they were doing clearly with CBDCs. So, I mean, it's one of those things. It's like that area of where they used to be in the past with being a big player, like whether it's back in the early 80s and so on. You're right. Like that's totally not there. I'm not saying that I'm speaking for you, but my key thing is I am impressed still with what the company is doing. And I still feel as though that, a lot of people look at them as being a pioneer, but not to the point where they're a pioneer that's going to go away anytime soon. So, like you mentioned earlier, you're glad to see them doing something because they haven't done much. But I think there's just a lot more to it than people realize. And I'm glad to see them entering to this next phase, if you will. The next phase for them is clearly, their innovations in regards to distributed ledger technologies, the innovation of blockchain, all that stuff. So if they understand, which I do believe that they do, that, Web3 and where we're going with blockchain is the future, then I want them to have, a sense of presence, not only in the now, but where we're going, just for the same reasons why I'm glad to see the IETF, right? Working with Quant and so on when it comes to the progression of blockchain or the progression of Web3 in general. All right. See where we're at. Salamander says Jasmine Hyperpay, awesome. Yeah, I mean it's just big news. I mean, in almost every day now, we get more and more news for Jasmine. That means it trends, and that's good stuff. And then the thing with Yahoo, I mean, let's take a look at Jasmine's price real quick. Let me just share the whole screen in regards to the overall crypto market. So we're at 1.21 trillion. In regards to Jasmine, let me take a look on my watch list because I want to do it in this particular view. All right. Take a look at the 7-day chart. 8% for the week. So, I said earlier I felt as though that 0.006 is going to be the new support. Was I too far off? I mean, something could happen in which you could tank, but I don't think I'm too far off here. I honestly do think, and Crypto Smith agreed with me on this, that, this could very well be our new support level is the 0.006 level. So, I mean, if we did have a pullback into the fives, I don't know. For me personally, that might be like one of the last times I'm able to DCA at those prices. But even if we miss it, come on, anything, Jasmine under a penny. Like, who's not excited about that, But as far as me getting to my goals of 1 million, Jasmine, I don't know. I might not be able to reach those goals yet. We'll see. I mean, that would be nice, but at the same time, I definitely want to stack more Quant, XRP, XLM, XDC, especially. I wouldn't mind getting some more, BSV and some of these other ones, right? So we got to do what we got to do. We're going to see what's going on with some of the volume real quick in regards to Jasmine. There actually is a lot of volume. I mean, 67 million in volume is nothing to bat an eye at. If you look at it from this perspective, right? If you look at it from this perspective, that's down 14.27%. Then of course you're going to be like, well, that's down a lot. But if you look at the chart and not look at specifically like something that is pointing down in the red, you will see that that's a pretty decent amount of volume. We do have a confirmed market cap of 312 million. And keep in mind, once we get to 1 billion on Jasmine, I mean, we should very well be well over a penny by those particular moments easily. But let's face it, guys, the big money is when this thing hits up to like, 100 billion market cap and more, right? So people obviously point out 400 billion. I did that video or not a video. I did that explanation about the lockup. I'm going to put that in a recorded version, possibly tonight, and get that out there. Because some people are saying, where's the origins? Where's this coming from? It actually comes from the actual team. I have proof in regards to that. So I'll try to get that out for you guys later. Glad to share this, obviously. And on top of that, I think we might have just a tad bit more, maybe not, in regards to Jasmine. So no, that was it. But yeah, we'll kick it back in the comments. The next segment coming up, I believe, is some of our community news. Shout out to Henry Brown. I don't even know if he's still here, but we'll get into that here in a bit. All right, yeah, XRP. All right, but yes, I totally agree. That is awesome. Joyce states, what kind of predictions do you have for BSV for the year? I don't. So just to be honest with you, Joyce, that is something I don't have predictions for when it comes to BSV. I'm learning more about BSV, just like the next guy at this particular point. I am by no means an expert on BSV, but I am trying to learn more. Maybe eventually, once I get more of my own research on this journey of BSV, I'll be able to, come up with something like that. Of course, none of it's financial advice. Maybe Cool Cat could give you something, like an idea in that regard. But I simply don't have it. And you guys know me, I'm not going to BS you when it comes to that. You got to keep in mind. So as of yesterday, I held BSV, like only a small handful, like about $120, $125 worth, which is about 3.7 BSV, right? So, with that said, before, my status of, or my point of view on BSV basically was speculative, FOMO, like the fear of missing out and so on. Like, could this triple C guy be right? Or, it ain't going to hurt me to throw anything at it. And then I was like, this is at bottom, so I'm going to be in the profits anyway. It just kind of seemed like a smart idea. The things that we showed you guys tonight in regards to BSV, that was big. And we showed a small audience yesterday some of that information. I kind of want to reiterate it today, but that is big stuff. New York State Senate, what they got going with IBM, this thing with London, some of the things that Cool Cat mentioned, like for instance, was it Visa, going from 100,000 TPS transaction per second, which is lightning fast anyway, to I guess what we may see as a big announcement here soon for 1 million. That would totally make BSV the fastest blockchain in the entire planet. On top of that, you got to also keep in mind this. So we mentioned countless times, like Ripple and Stellar, right? That's very, very fast for retail money. Obviously, the bank-to-bank stuff, the more than gets it done. But as far as the mainstream technology, right, what Visa, MasterCard offers for transactions per second, I believe the average, and don't quote me on this, guys, but I think it's something like 25 to 30,000 or more. Maybe it scales up higher for transactions per second. So technically, from the mainstream retail sector of payments, those are still the fastest for TPS. However, right, some people say, well, that's Ripple or Stellar. No, it's not. Like, for instance, Ripple is like, I think 1,500. But the point is this. So BSV, even at 100,000 transactions per second, clearly the fastest one currently. So for them to jump to 1 million TPS for one, that's like, that's just massive. That's for one, you're preparing for the future of, where we evolve in Web3. And on top of that, does anybody come close to that? No, nobody comes close to that. So I don't know if it's a case of buy the rumor, sell the news. I don't think that's the case either. I mean, this is not a Moon Boy project. So just some of the things they got going on with IBM, obviously, and having 6 or 7 keynote speakers from the Bitcoin Association, as in BSV, to speak at this London blockchain conference next month. There's just there's too many things to ignore. So that was the magic moment for me of why I was like, I got to learn more about BSV. There is something solid here. It's not just speculative anymore, any bit more for me. And you guys should know me by now. I'm not going to just talk about any particular project, and that's why I feel as though I want to include BSV as part of our lineup, because I'm looking at it just like anybody else should look at it, right? I'm not just a content creator. At the end of the day, like I was telling Larry, I'm an investor too. And, doing this stuff with you guys and so on, I mean, it's nice, right? But at the end of the day, I too am an investor, and I don't want to waste my money into something that I feel as though is just speculative. I want to be involved in something that, like, wow, that there could really be something solid here. I feel as though BSV, there is something solid, and that's why we're doing this. So it's not just, oh, hey, man, I'm tagging BSV once. No, I'm going to continuously tag it. I know today it's kind of dominated along with Jasmine, but I'm going to be more than glad to have updates for you guys. All right. Let's go further down. Black wants you know. Salamander says Jasmine will be huge. I totally agree. I mean, it's leapfrogged itself from like the top 20 on my list to like 15 to like, maybe number 12. It's now number 5. It literally beat out HBAR for the short term, right? Not the long term, but for the short term. What do I mean by short term? Am I talking about 3 months, 6 months, and so on? No. Or at the end of the year? No. But I'm talking about either by the end of this year to 2025, 2026, 2027 max. Absolutely. Off of Jasmine alone, that could be, like I said, guys, that could be the one that gets us to the promised land first. And why is that? You guys heard me say this, but for the newcomers, because when it comes to Jasmine, you got to keep in mind their country of Japan already gets it. They're embracing crypto. They're embracing, blockchain innovation. They're literally the opposite of the United States when it comes to embracing innovation. So if they already get it, and we were looking for that clarity, but they already technically have the clarity. You got to draw your own conclusion on, you know what? Maybe Max is right. Maybe they will be the ones to get us there first. And at these price levels, that's one of the most attractive risk to reward ratios out there right now. For some people, it might be even more attractive than XRP. Now, I know it sounds pretty bold to say that, but again, am I talking about the long term or the short term? I'm talking about the short term, because when it comes to XRP, don't get me wrong, XRP and Quant like might almost tie for my number ones. We still have that path forward for that regulatory clarity. So again, I don't think I'm too far off on some of this stuff, and I think some of you guys also get it too. Like you look at like, yeah, man. At these price levels, this is towards bottom. And again, guys, I mean, Jasmine could pump a little bit more. We might get into like, where it's just 1 cent even. Even at 1 cent is still a bargain for Jasmine. Just it means that you're not going to be able to load up as much as you could at these particular price levels. So, and they just kill it. They've been killing it like all the time lately. I mean, how many times a week do we have consistent Jasmine news updates for you guys and so on, or we take the deep dives and hey, these subsidiaries are connected to, for instance, Sony, with Akashi, then you have, for instance, WITS with like Toyota and so on, right? We talk about these whole things of like Internet of Things and data lockers and secure PCs, blockchain PCs, for crying out loud. So it's big stuff. Cool Cat Crypto says, I wouldn't be shocked to see BSV go part the all-time high this year. That'd be amazing, man. I wouldn't complain about that at all. Maybe a lot more. Depends on how ready IBM is. Good point. Twitter. Well, I missed something. I missed something on Twitter. Oh, all right. I'll take a look. Let me see what's going on with that. Let me refresh. All right, let me see what's going on. Maybe you're saying like, look at Twitter because you have a tag for me. All right. You do have something. All right. This is from Crypto Mike. Let's go ahead and share this. All right. This is from Crypto Mike. It says Trader Tardigrade. What a name, Tard. Art of Symmetry. Bitcoin seldom forms a perfect expanding triangle. If BTC breaks out this triangle, the moves will be huge. All right, let's see what's going on with that. Oh man. All right. So expanding triangle in 2023, currently speaking. You guys can see it. Hopefully you can see it. I'll try to take myself out of the frame so you can see it a little bit better. Hold on. All right, you should see that pretty easily now. So yeah, huge momentum says it is beginning or begins. Expanding triangle 2023. And the reason why this is a big deal, if you look at the right side, I mean, it's easy to follow, right? Because this happened back in 2019. Oh my gosh, that's like basically, it's like almost a clone stamp of 2019, man. That's pretty amazing. And that run up, right? So if you're wondering, like, well, what's the big deal, Max? All right, so see where we're at, right? Like we were basically, you know, in the, I imagine the 25s right there, right? So about roughly 25.5, and then it's expanding to like the 29 level right now. And we could pull some of this on CMC, up on CMC as well. But look at what happened in 2019. You had, for instance, this was roughly around, I don't know, 47, like 4,700. And then look at that run up to about, you know, where it went from there, right? Just absolute blast off. You know, it went all the way up to like past 13,200 and so on. So that's pretty big stuff. All right, I'm gonna have to go ahead and share that. That's big stuff. Thank you for, you know, showing that. Let's see what else we got from the one and only Crypto Mike. All right. Let me see. I feel like some of this stuff is old. This can't be. Yeah, this is an old one. All right. Some people are just liking some of my old stuff. All right, let's see here. Hold on. What that side cut with dad and daughter is classic funny? What? I don't know what's going on here. All right. I'm not finding anything else you're talking about. Tell me which particular tag it is, and we'll go from there. So, yeah. All right. We'll pull that up as well. All right. So what we're going to do then is we're going to jump back into a couple more comments. Triple C says, Elon, you were looking at BSV while back for Twitter from what he heard. That's cool stuff. You had some BSV for a while, just not a whole lot. All right. I'm grabbing here and there. Elon Musk says IBM doesn't need computers to be relevant. It's been building the QF. That's you pretty much took that was the expression I was trying to come up with earlier. That's a great point. Yes, it's been building the quantum financial system in the background. I did say the background, but I should have mentioned the quantum financial system. Very, very good point. Spot on. Spot on. All right. So Burke states Jasmine will do well if they partner with Sony. PS5 probably will if they partner with Sony PS. Well, here's the thing. They already are partnered with Sony, technically speaking, with Akashi, and that is a subsidiary. I'm sure you already know about this stuff, though, Burke. Cool Cat says IBM has their hands in everything, a much bigger company than most realize. I think they're still pretty darn huge, and I do think they're really, you know, bigger than most realize, like you said. Jasmine is way big, but I will state this. I mean, I get where Burke is coming from. Like, if you have, for instance, I don't know, let's say, for instance, the next PlayStation, you know, when it comes to gaming consoles, typically speaking, you're looking at like a 4 to 5 year range before the next generation comes out. So, you know, let's face it, could it be like a PS6 by that particular time? And if so, will that PS6 have blockchain technology in it, powered by Jasmine? I'm just saying that itself would be absolutely mind-blowing for Jasmine. And what instills some of that buyer confidence into Jasmine is those former Sony execs. They still have those connections. They're still rubbing elbows with some of these guys and so on. But again, that's speculative, but that would be absolutely insanely massive for Jasmine. Jasmine is way big. Yeah. Started preaching Jasmine at 3 cents. Right. I think when I first found out about it, it was at roughly 22 cents because the only way I knew about it was on KuCoin. So it was like late 2021. They had 50% staking. So glad I didn't get into it at that time. I was really thinking about getting into it, but I got wrecked. Like all the stake in the world wouldn't have mattered at that point. I'm glad I came into it like towards bottom. All right. Yes, IBM has to do something. This is why they are trying hard on something new. Hope they do. Papa Doc, what you going to do? We're going to have a back and forth. You guys do understand IBM created Microsoft, right? LOL, what? LOL, right? Bill Gates' mommy was high up in IBM. IBM licensed from oh god. I'm staying away from this debate. I'm staying away from this one. The whole ISO 222 standard encases everything IBM touches. The monetary system. I'm just stating what you guys are stating. I'm not going to get involved in this one. The monetary system has been brewing in the background since the late 90s, not before. And by whom? IBM. Bill Gates' mom saw it to it. Microsoft was handed to her son. Bill Gates didn't create Microsoft. IBM did. What are you, freaking Malcolm X? You know? Bill Gates didn't land on IBM. IBM landed on Bill Gates. All right. Big Blue thought they were the shiz, got owned, then went OSS in the early 2000s and became cool, then kind of not around anymore. And that's just one example. All right. I'm going to just, you guys can just have your back and forth. I mean, it's good stuff, though. It's good stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, let's go further down the comments. I want to welcome again Mr. Beyond the Barbell. He says he finally got over 100 subscribers. Thank you for everyone helping him out. That's awesome, man. Congratulations to you. Let's see how your channel's doing real quick. If you're going to who is this guy? Well, this guy is the infamous, I should say the infamous, the one and only Beyond the Barbell. And he does cover Jasmine quite often. And just to give you a heads up on maybe what the heck is he talking about? Here it is. And he's thanking the community and everybody. He says, Jasmine Coin, 100 subscribers. Let's go. Made this video 8 minutes ago. Go ahead and give him a like and subscribe. And he's up to 105. How cool is that? He posted some shorts, right? Perfect day to jump out of a plane because, 101st Airborne. He's a badass, right? Look at this Chinook helicopter. I used to, in a video game though, I used to fly those around in a video game, right? In Battlefield Vietnam, right? Which came out in 2004. I used to love that game. I used to fly those Chinooks around. I used to, fly F4 FAMs around, Cobras. Anyway, fun game. But he's doing this in real life, not in a video game. Here's his channel. Follow him, Beyond the Barbell. And you need to look for this avatar. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck with masculine-looking chicks with big muscles. No, thank you. But yeah, he's covered that. And he's done, like 8 or 9 videos or more, 10 within the last, 7 or 8 days on Jasmine. So he's really, really killing it with the Jasmine coverage. Give this brother a follow, and we'll all be glad you did. So, yeah, cool stuff. We'll leave his page up there for a bit and give him a showcase. Thanks for being here again and Beyond the Barbell. All right. Okay, better shut up now. No, you're good. You're fine, man. AO roll the world. My God. River, welcome back. He says, good evening. I guess we're getting a late start with some of you guys showing up, right? Approaching 50. Can we not get excited? Smash that like button. Take a sip of water. Boil it, mash it, stick it in the stew. Max had to get another app disk for his 5 hours of free dial-up. Please, Mr. Muff, you know darn well that you back in the day were just as guilty as myself when it came to this. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hit that button. I'm going to leave his page up still. Hold on. Beyond the barbell. You know darn well you're just as guilty as the next guy. You had a whole stack of those things. Yeah, I had like freaking. I had probably like over 100 of those things. Yeah, free internet, free crappy internet. I always at the time I was like always jealous of people who had like broadband. So we didn't have broadband in our area. So anyway, River, yeah, welcome. Glad to have you here. He's got the Moose avatar back on. Yep, I remember the AOL disc. And how about this? The Juno disc, the Net Zero disc, all that stuff. The Circuit City free month if you buy a blank CD. Yeah. All right, Believer 72, welcome. Let's check out your avatar real quick. Good, cool stuff, man. He states, hold on, let me get back to that comment. Ugh, where are we at? Guys, while investing, always remember to give and help others who need it. Investing with God is never a bear market. Well, hey, man, I'm with you 100%. You know, the way I look at it is without God, I'm absolutely nothing. And I would agree with you 110%. God bless you, brother. Thank you for that statement. Appreciate it. And we hope to see more of you. It's always good to, you know, give back, especially. At the end of the day, we can't take it with us, guys. And, you know, so that's all about, you know, making memories here. Those are actually, that's like the only thing we can't take, right? Is the precious memories. Not a debate, reality, believer. Okay. That's all right. I mean, I'm just saying, if you guys debate or whatever you want to call it, all right? Just it's your business. You guys do your thing. All right. Henry Brown, thank you for the $5 super chat. Just thought, don't be disappointed. May 6th comes and the Ripple versus SEC lawsuit is still going as far as Jasmy. Could it go on top of the XRPL? Possibly. I mentioned the whole thing. I feel as though that it would be more likely with Quant. On, what was it? Wednesday, Crypto Smith and I talked about this, and that basically was, you know, we established the whole thing with Hyperledger. We showed you guys some evidence to support, you know, this stuff with Japan. I forgot what was the magic moment that we saw, but it was pretty big. I would actually say more QNT, especially with the whole thing of Quant's approved or patent application, I should say, that was accepted by Japan. All right. Jasmy on XRPO. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I'm not against it. Not against it at all. It'd be awesome. All right. Let's see where we're at. Why are there always so many helicopter crashes in 2023 and still haven't figured out how to have a safer helicopter? I guess that's a good point. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem, man. All right. Believer 72 says when he dies, Warren Buffett is leaving 100% of his Berkshire Hathaway stock to Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Yeah. Mr. Musk says, I used to modify initialization commands and get 480K on dial-up. Yeah, you did some pretty amazing stuff. All right, Joyce, hey, you have a great night. Thank you for joining us tonight. And let me go down further. Mo says, can you look into monkeys? Monkeys. I don't know about that one. If I get enough requests for something like that, then I can look into that. But there's only so much time in the day. Oh, you know what? I did look into that. That was 2-Bit was covering that. I do remember that now. Yeah, I did look into it. It did get a perfect 100 out of 100 token sniffer score at the time. But I think that's only temporary for like maybe 15 days, if I'm not mistaken. But thank you for the heads up on that. And Believer says this current U.S. administration is intentionally trying to force blockchain technology out of the USA to transfer wealth and power away from America. Yeah, very true. Very true. Sad to see that. That's why I feel as though with Jasmy could be, you know, our path forward towards, you know, the promised land first, if you will. All right, Mr. Albert's here. Thank you for being here. He said hello. Welcome back. Let's jump into the next part of our coverage that we have. This is straight from the one, the only, Mr. Henry Brown, killing it with the beats. He says, what if on XRP Ledger, China let me just full screen this a little bit. He says China's WeChat to allow more in-app CBDC payments, digital yuan, so on and so forth, right? We're going to pull this up, and shout out to Henry Brown for sharing this and retweeting. So this was printed earlier today, right, off the press, and it basically states China's WeChat to allow more in-app CBDC payments, digital yuan, pilot accelerates, right? I'm going to blow this up a little bit more for you guys to see it a little bit easier. Hold on a second. That's not the one I want to do. This is the one I want to do. There we go. All right, nice and huge. All right. All right. Share this. That's not the one either. My bad. Here's the one I want to share. Sorry about that. Share this tab instead. No thanks on that. All right. Sorry about that. There we go. So, yeah. The Chinese tech giant Tencent has stated that its WeChat ecosystem will let users make digital yuan payments on applets and video channels. The move will allow WeChat users to pay via, in-app applets using the Chinese central bank digital currency CBDC. Sorry, got an itch really bad. They will also be able to use the CBDC to shop on e-commerce platforms such as JD.com without leaving the WeChat ecosystem. It says WeChat applets or mini programs are apps often created by third parties. I think some of us know this. All right, so what does this mean? So it says this means that WeChat users can access them without using the WeChat app or downloading and installing software to their mobile devices. Users can search for applets in the WeChat interface by name or scanning a QR code. They can also use the app's e-payment platform, which is WeChat Pay, to complete payments. All right, how about this? The first stage of WeChat Pay interoperability was completed earlier this year, and this allowed WeChat Pay users to choose the digital yuan as a payment option when making in-store purchases. Ooh. What does the latest WeChat integration move mean for the digital yuan? That's a great question as well. Let's try to get into that. So there's the official announcement in regards to WeChat. So the company explained that users would basically have to enable a link to their digital yuan wallets for the app to complete the applet and video-related payments. But merchants, meanwhile, would need to ensure that they have required software to accept digital CNY payments. WeChat said that the accounts at any, or quote, any digital yuan wallet operator could be used to make payments. This includes the firm, which noted its own neo-banking arm, WeBank. Now, here's the quote. If you pay on WeChat, you can use the digital yuan for transactions with merchants that support the coin and video account in many program-related scenarios. Merchants offering travel, for instance, and retail services will be among the first make use of the new payment options, the firms noted. Multiple Chinese media outlets have this year claimed that the pace of the digital yuan pilot has accelerated this year. And of course, there's more, right? Argentina, all this stuff. But look what it says here. Several of these regions have unveiled detailed plans intended to promote the adoption of the CBDC. Now, this last part, and we did report this, right? Massive news for Quant. It says next month, which is literally here soon, the digital yuan will be used to pay public sector workers in the city of Shenzhou 100% of their salaries. Now, while this was tagged as far as XRP, again, if you've seen our deep dive in regards to Quant, there was massive bombshell news for Quant because we established that, and I hate to bring this back to the IBM topic, but we might as well. IBM, MIT, and even Quant were working with the Chinese government, or specifically the city of Shenzhou, to allow for 15 million plus people to get paid in the public sector in the form of a CBDC. But again, those particular connections, right? And it was established and showed on the screenshot that you had Quant as being a big player there as well. And of course, it mentions IBM and so on. So there's that. That was from Mr. Henry Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for sharing that. Here's a little bit more from Mr. Henry Brown. He says, new paper says stablecoin regulation could pull 20% of deposits from banks. So what is this all about? Well, we're going to bring this up as well. And as this is loading, you're going to see this comes from the American Banker. All right. On this particular one, this is also, I guess you could say, pretty fresh off the press. New paper says stablecoin regulation could pull 20% off deposits from banks. Yeah, I know. All right. House Financial Services Chair Patrick McHenry, who completely destroyed Gary Gensler, right? When Gensler had to, face the music. He's a Republican from North Carolina. And committee ranking member Maxine Waters, as we know, Democrat from California, have been negotiating stablecoin legislation for months. A new paper suggests that rules require a one-to-one bank backing for stablecoins could spur a loss of up to 20% of the banking industry's deposit base. Well, how so, right? Well, there's more to it in this particular article. And they want me to make an account, so I'm not going to show you everything, unfortunately. But it states, according to a newly published paper from a prominent financial regulation scholar, they predict a significant flight of bank deposits from traditional banks should lawmakers and regulators require that tokens, right, are backed by special reserves that can satisfy withdrawal requests. So, again, my key takeaway from all this is, like we mentioned, last week was regulatory framework. This week is totally like the path towards, supposedly getting that clarity and, who's fast tracking it and so on. Literally, you have some members of Congress, they're coming together, trying to get stuff going. At least it's starting to come together. All right. One more thing I want to show you guys in regards to this whole topic of CBDCs and so on. Again, this comes from Henry Brown. Hey, welcome the newest CTN Network sideline reporter, guys. Give it a hand to Mr. Henry Brown. First it was, Crypto Mike, a little bit of Coochie Boy, Brian Dowie, maybe a little Tim Shea. Welcome, Mr. Henry Brown, doing it big with the sideline reporting, right? Yes, thank you very much, sir. He states, or is sharing this one, Fluency's groundbreaking CBDC bridge paves the way for central banks to solve account or token-based debate. Let's bring this up. Hopefully I don't have to make a, register an account, but, you get the main gist of it, right? So let's get into this specific one. And I think I can make this one just a tad bit bigger. All right. I don't want to make it too big. All right. So it states that this also was printed earlier today. Central banks are faced with the ongoing debates. Should retail and wholesale clearing and settlement of CBDC payments be separated? I mean, it's good stuff, right? So it says the differentiation, doesn't matter I can't even talk tonight. Doesn't matter to the average citizen user. Their primary concern is to have a straightforward, secure, and all-encompassing solution that enables them to transfer value easily and affordably regardless of their access to a mobile or internet connectivity. Technically speaking, I mean, when people look more into Stellar, I know we're talking about CBDCs, but you also got to keep in mind like where Stellar is in regards to that. And if anything, this would be a nice segue to our Stellar coverage. But think about with Stellar, right? You don't have to have a bank account. In some cases, you don't even have to necessarily have online connectivity and so on. You can have like an offline, wallet, if you will. And that's not necessarily a new thing. I mean, that's just, a thing that, let's face it, some projects have it, some don't. But it says by bridging wholesale and retail CBDC, a single rich data format can be implemented, eliminating discrepancies that exist today across payment systems. Now, I want to state this real quick. This right here is going to be the selling point for trying to get people to be on board with, this whole concept of CBDCs. Because let's face it, for the most part, people do not like the idea of CBDCs. I'm with just about everybody when it comes to this. It's government control and so on. But I'm telling you flat out, if they're going to try to sell us on this, this is a selling point Take it as you will. So it says, as a result, interoperability between various types of CBDC and non-CBDCs will be easier if there is a seamless issuance layer covering wholesale and even the retail sector. Account and token-based CBDCs conversion, ensuring the instant, secure, and truly inclusive and smooth flow of cross-border and cross-asset payments. But it states bridging account and token CBDCs for seamless wholesale to retail and retail to wholesale payments. Well, they got this whole outline here, right? And I'm not going to get into all that. But look at this part. Putting an end to the ongoing debates, Fluency has developed a groundbreaking solution capable of bridging token and account-based CBDCs called ARM Core. Now, you may think, what is that? Well, look at this quote. To meet the standards of retail markets, central banks are leaning towards an account ledger-based CBDC model to eliminate limitations of token-based systems, while also exploring the use of a bridge to convert wholesale tokens to and from retail account payments deployed on the blockchain. People have mentioned, and you know where we're going to go with this. You know, people are going to say, you know, well, XRPL, if that's the case, right? And I'm with you on that. There's more in regards to this. Token-based platforms are not specifically designed for so-called retail CBDC. Although there have been numerous retail CBDC solutions conducted over the last few years, none of the token-based approaches have been able to fully resolve the challenges and limitations associated with reliably providing secure and continuous dual offline transactions to retail users while avoiding double spending issues, making it clear that the token-based platforms are not specifically designed for so-called retail CBDC. All right, I know this is a mouthful. I'm not going to do the whole thing in regards to what's on Benzinga. But if you're wondering, what is Fluency's solution to the whole issue? And that's a great question. Here's their solution. They want to provide a bridge to which wholesale token CBDCs can integrate by deploying a seamless conversion bridge to account retail CBDC, enabling the following 24/7, 365 days a year, online and offline capability. At the end of the day, if you're going to be transferring all this money and somebody's like internet goes down, they can't do it. Well, if we're talking about time is money, how about, you know, your access to the money? You got to have something that is going to be, you know, not an issue if you go offline. So it says when both pay and payer are offline without an internet/mobile connection. Very true. Consecutive transactions, both online and offline, no double spending issues, and enhanced privacy features. Now, in regards to offline functionality, it says it's mandatory for intermediaries that will distribute CBDCs. And I'm not going to keep harping on this, but I want to get into this part as well. According to the Digital Euro Progress Report, published by the European Central Bank on the 24th, just a few days ago, the provision of offline payments as a core service will be, listen to this, guys, mandatory for intermediaries that distribute what? CBDCs. So are the two going to go hand in hand? Very well could be, right? Fluency ARM is currently the only CBDC technology that is able to facilitate dual offline when both payee and payer are offline without internet mobile connection. Teach his own, right? Some people can debate that. Consecutive payments without the fear of double spending issues that a token or CBDC presents due to its account ledger stored nature. All right, I'll read this last part. This person, Inga Mullen, CEO of Fluency, said, here's the quote, specifically for CBDCs, our solution offers, listen to this, guys, central banks and those within the financial ecosystem a straightforward means of connecting their internal networks with all other payment systems across the globe via a single issuance layer. Now, as we know, who are those issuance layers? I don't need to tell you. I think you already know this, right? Which ones are tied into what sectors? Is it just only the retail side? Is it the wholesale CBD side? Pick your poison. Is it really poison? Well, on the selling side, they're going to sell people on some of these concepts. You are solving a real world issue. Remember that example that we gave the other day where you had a particular third world country and was it Quant with LACchain wanted to provide their services and so on to the people of Latin America can finally have access to Web3 financial services, going forward, where currently speaking, I think they said something like over 60% of their population simply does not have these services. That means their country falls behind. It keeps them, quote unquote, third world, right? And so on. So this lady, or I don't even know if it's a lady, Inga Mullins. I mean, I'm not going to double check on it, but whoever this person is, the CEO of Fluency, is this a valid approach towards this problem? Could very well be, right? So again, the issuance layer says thereby ensuring, look at this, swift and seamless domestic and cross-border transactions. Now, as we know, SWIFT is not going to be replaced. Like I mentioned, it's going to be upgraded. So are we too far off with some of these statements about the single issuance layer? I don't think so, but just a tad bit more. This will be the final, thing that we'll bring up. Adopting an innovative, listen to this, guys, DLT stored account based CBDC, such as ARM, eliminates the most critical security risks with a token based solution while enabling a single issuance layer to provide a smooth and instant wholesale token exchange to retail account based CBDC. We believe our account ledger based CBDC solution can offer a seamless CBDC transaction flow between wholesale and retail on a highly scalable model. So, I don't know. Some people can agree to disagree with this. Whatever the case be, I'm not really stressing it too much. Some people are going to look at this and they're going to state, well, apparently they're saying to hell with, crypto with this. Other people would be like, no, crypto is working in the background, right? Some of the, like for instance, like with XRPL and whatnot, and maybe even, quant, like we saw earlier, right? With the whole thing with Shang Zhu, the example. We'll see how it goes. It might be another perfect example, even like here in the United States, where you see Chairman Powell, right? Jerome Powell, he's basically like, oh, no, we're not going to do, a CBDC, but we have real-time gross, RTGS, real-time payments basically coming here soon. Was it July with FedNow? And it's just like you're scratching your head like, okay, yes to FedNow, no to CBDCs. There's no crypto that's involved in this. So you say, at the end of the day, who's really telling the truth here? Well, for me personally, I'm going by the research that we have, the partnerships that were already made, and the players that are really working in the background to get some of this done. Because you know what? As the saying goes, don't trust your government. This might be a perfect example of just that. All right. Got to kick it back into the comments. Thank you to everybody who's here tonight. And let's see what you guys got as far as what you're saying in the comments. All right. Mo says, bro, just look into it, man. It's worth it. I know you will regret it. Okay. I mean, I looked into a little bit on 2Bit's show. I was impressed that it had a 100 out of 100 score on token sniffer, so that was a good thing. All right. Mo says, Monkey's going to moon look into it. Everyone really? Okay. All right. Monkeys made IBM. Jeez. Search Monkeys Coin on YouTube and you will run into a channel called Crash Trading. This guy is one of the best traders I've ever seen. Huh. Mo, you heard of MMAI? Might be right up your alley. Oh, boy. Here we go. Crash Trading, follow him. I'd rather buy this fake BTC, honestly. Believer 72, if you could only pick two of these, which ones? XLM, Algo, XDC, Quant, or Jasmine? Only two? All right, you know my answer to that. Quant and XLM. I'm going to have to go with Quant and XLM. Quant is consistently tied for my number one with XRP. And then after that is XLM. And then after that is XDC. So XDC is my consistent number 4. Jasmine is my number 5. So those are my top 5. All right. Believer says he got ETH, XRP, HBAR right now. Guys, really get in the monkeys early and watch it 1,000x or more. Okay, that's pretty bold, man. Thanks for stopping by. I mean, I'm glad you're enthused about, monkeys. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you're always welcome to drop comments and be here. Burke says, there goes KAS doing KAS things again. Caspa. Yeah, Caspa's solid. XLM, XDC. We can literally sit back and watch a monkey's moon. Believer in H-bar. I'm going to read a couple more. We need more exposure. Burke, funny how you should mention Bitcoin. Who created that? All right. Yeah, you got... God, you guys are horrible. All right, Believer 72. GS, yep, my cousins made a lot of money off of H-bar. They said it's their biggest holding. Yeah, H-bar is... it was my number 5. It's probably my number 6 at the moment. Then after that would probably be LCX. Maybe number 8 would be Algo. I'll have to do an update on my top 10. DAG is a great project. I don't hold any, but I wouldn't mind getting some. There's so many to get into, and I'm almost at the point now. It's just like, I'd rather just keep stacking what I currently hold, but I wouldn't mind it. I might regret that in the future with DAG. I obviously want to get. I was very impressed with what tokenizers shared with us in regards to DAG. Rue Black, when it came to DAG. Energy Web token is another one I would love to get. IOTA, right? I don't hold all this stuff, but I hold a lot of stuff. I just don't hold everything. Do you think the global warming agenda is going to be able to shut down proof of work Bitcoin mining? Not completely, but I do get where it's, this whole thing. If we have, big players like Hedera, part of the World Economic Forum, it's the most greenest of the green. Don't let anybody convince you that Algo is the greenest of the green or the second greenest. I mean, technically speaking, they're the second greenest next to Hedera's, Hashgraph consortium, right? Hashgraph is not a blockchain. Hashgraph is its own particular protocol, the gossip protocol, and so on. But you also got to keep in mind that while people state that Algo is a close second, if you look at the stats, it's clearly not. What I mean by that is energy consumption, right? It's not even close, right? Hedera just blows it away. So the energy consumption, again, when we compared it to like Bitcoin, what was the stats on some of the stuff, guys? I mean, Hedera used less energy, I think, like maybe in a week than Bitcoin does in a whole year or something like that. So crazy statistics, right? So if that's the case, and they want to focus on Bitcoin is using a bunch of carbon, I get where they're coming from. Now I also want to state this, and I think this guy's a very smart guy and he's very passionate, obviously. I think you know where I'm going with this. So Michael Saylor obviously is a Bitcoin maxi, BTC maxi, but he makes a very good case about the whole concept of it's not just about mining, but it's like where you're mining and how much energy are you actually using compared to some other particular devices and so on. I'm not trying to justify it, but I don't know. Maybe this is not really answering your question, but my thing is, I don't necessarily think it's going to be a complete shutdown. And on top of that, you might have instances where it might become even that much harder. But I think mining, proof of work, right? That consensus is still here to stay. With the halving of Bitcoin, was it April of next year? The rewards are, cut in half. Basically, that's what the whole, halving thing is all about. People are still going to mine the heck out of it. You know what I mean? And was it the last Bitcoins will be mined like in 100 years or something crazy? Well, people say, well, this is where people talk about the generational wealth for Bitcoin, store of value. Hey, I get it, right? You're not preaching to the choir. But my thing is, I think Bitcoin is obviously a store of value. Obviously, the central banks are not talking about, using it for moving cross-border payments and so on. I'm just not looking to buy any Bitcoin as in BTC because the way I look at it is, the altcoins is a far more attractive risk to reward ratio compared to buying that. Now, if I was in a whole different income bracket, I was, already made it, multimillionaire and so on, then I would have probably bought at least like, I don't know, a handful of Bitcoins when it went to like 15.8, 15.9 after FTX happened. Because, that kind of makes sense. But at the same time, I mean, somebody could have the debate like, well, if you're going to throw in like, roughly 16 grand out of project, you might as well just put it all in, the altcoins and so on. I get that too. All right. GS states Believer, HBAR, and Algo are carbon negative and won't be affected by that. Very true. Very true. And let's go further down. All right, here's a good one from Blackwood. Ugh, shares drive me crazy. All right. I think the CBDC issue might lead to some states succeeding in the next few years. Texas and Florida are already against it. This whole thing of succession, I get where you're coming from. But my thing is this, right? Have you looked into, what it takes to actually succeed from the union? Maybe you already have. I'm not stepping on your toes, my friend. I have nothing but respect for you. It takes an overwhelming amount of majority rule for that to happen. Like we're almost talking like it almost has to be like unanimous. There is so much involved when it comes to succession. I know that people bring it up every now and then for various reasons and so on. But just know this. I mean, for instance, even I know Florida's big, but even for Texas, if Texas itself was to succeed from the union, it would be so damaging to the United States of America. It's just unbelievable, right? And we get it. Texas at one point was a state. What was it, for 3 years or 7 years back in the 1800s? Hold on a second. Let me look that up. I mean, I know my history, but sometimes I forget some of this stuff. How long was Texas a country? All right. So hostilities with Mexico and the Indians reached a settlement, and Texas was admitted as a state on December 29th, 1845. The Republic of Texas, after 9 years, 11 months, and 17 days, was no more. So literally, it was almost, it was a country for darn near 10 years. So, I mean, they have done it in the past, but I mean, if anything, is it going to be that much more beneficial to them? I mean, some people will make that case, and don't get me wrong, but even with all of the negative press about like, the path forward for like what you're mentioning, right? Like, they're going to succeed from it. You also got to keep in mind, there's going to be people completely oblivious still to blockchain capabilities and innovation and so on. I believe it's something like 90% would have to like vote. I know you think that that's me exaggerating. You can look it up for yourself. Any state that wants to succeed, it takes an insane, overwhelming, almost unanimous, majority vote to get that done. I remember years ago, Arizona, they had something that came up with it, and we didn't even come close to, truly like, setting off all the alarms for succeeding and stuff like that. So, but I get it. It gets brought up every now and then. All right. XRP is your biggest bag. That's cool. They got some powerful people on their side. I know that Ripple can do other things other than XRP though. Yeah. Muff states, looking at Jasmine on the 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, and 1 year chart is really bullish. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Ripple stock only for millionaires, credit investors. They won't let people like me buy it. That's the next Amazon. Well, I'm glad that you know your stuff when it comes to that, man. And I like this statement from Blackwood. He says, believer, welcome. Yeah, guys, it's all welcome believers. Very active in the comments. We hope to see more of you. We have a very welcoming community here, and I'm glad that you're feeling free to just drop comments, any questions you have, and so on. What you see tagged is what we usually cover as far as our coverage. We have live shows every day of the week, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. We also, in our recorded video section, put out content. I also do a live show on Wednesdays here with Sean the Crypto Smith. We focus on like basically one hot topic. and we jump into it. But I hope to see more of you, Believers Sunday too. All right, I'm going to read just a couple more comments, and then I'm going to kick it back into our news lineup because I think I read quite a few comments already. I'm going to read this from Blackwood. He says, XRP is also the realized version of the Bancor, a supranational currency proposed shortly after World War II. Powers that be instead decided to go with the US dollar as a reserve currency. Oh my God, he's right. Monkeys is mooning right now. Really? What's the ticker? Monkeys, literally. Interesting. All right. Welcome back, Lottie Dottie. We likes to potty. Did you ever discuss Toko on the exchange with everybody? No, I did not. Thanks for dropping in. Let me see what else you would like to shill before you take out my shins. No, I'm kidding. No, we haven't discussed Toko. I'll read one last one. Do you all have any gaming coins? That dude Elio Trays is big on that stuff. Gaming coins, I mean, if you want to consider the sandbox, that I don't really consider that gaming coin. I don't have Gala. I wouldn't mind having it though. All right. So let's go ahead and highlight that. We're almost about 3 hours into the show. Let's go ahead and kick it into the next segment that we have. So a lot of stuff from Mr. Henry Brown. Thank you, Mr. Henry Brown. If you're still here, if you're not, it's okay. Let's get into a little bit of what we have. Let me just go ahead and put this banner back on. All right. Okay. So we shared quite a few of that. Benzinga, right? All that good stuff. Obviously BSV. So I'm really impressed with stuff from BSV, to be honest, right? At least I thought so. All right. So let me get into some of this stuff. I think the next one we have is Jasmine. Not Jasmine. We already covered Jasmine. All right, let's get into some of Stellar. That's the one I want to get into. So if you're waiting for some Stellar news, smash that like. Thanks for being here. Here we go. Shout out to this guy. We share his content quite often. I mean, this guy is probably, I gotta be honest, man. I mean, he's a daily Stellar deep diver, right? His name is Alp.xlm. It used to be Alp.lsp, right? He kind of changed it. Now he's Alp.xlm. Give him a follow. You'd be glad you did. So here's his thread. Stellar Lumens XLM is making impressive headway in its own customized payment push. Now, in regards to this, he states it's one of the major partners Novati has announced it has landed the approval to join the pilot test for Australian Central Bank digital currency project. All right. So we're going to get into this. And here it is. So the pilot test, if you didn't know about this, will also feature other participants like the Digital Finance Cooperative Research Center. That's a mouthful, right? DFCRC. And also in conjunction with the Reserve Bank of Australia, the RBA. Novati's role will be the issuance of a stable coin. Listen to this, guys, and it's going to be dubbed the EAUDD, right? We all love some double D's, right? Well, unless we're chicks, but anyway, sorry. All right, so the EAUDD will have its full reserve backed by the RBA and will be pegged to a 1-1 ratio. With the digital Australian dollar, users can verify the reserve of the CBDC in a way that will foster transparency across the board. The EUDD can also be used to purchase NFTs for charity, and that's a good thing, you know? All right. A little bit more in regards to this. The focus of this test is to see whether a stablecoin pegged to a fully backed CBDC can stir and bolster customer confidence as it relates to the stablecoin or to this stablecoin. This is an opportunity to help shape the future of CBDCs and promote the use cases for high governance stablecoins. Now, some people are not going to like the idea of, high governance stable coins. They're connected to CBDCs because they're like, if that's high governance, that's high control, right? take it as you want, right? But that is a reality. We are reporting on it. There's a little bit more in regards to this. So, Stellar Lumens, comes into, I should say, boost the role of Novati in this cooperation. How so? Well, with RBA. Stellar is a blockchain platform that enables fast, cheap, and secure cross-border payments, as we know. It also supports various types of assets, including fiat, crypto, and tokens. Now, this talk about, Brazil, Ukraine, Bermuda, so on and so forth. Stellar has been involved with several CBD projects around the world. That is very true, such as Brazil, Ukraine, and Bermuda. I'll be honest, the one with Bermuda, we haven't covered that. So I have to look more into that. But we have covered the whole thing with Brazil and Ukraine, especially when it comes to Stellar Aid Assist. I'm sure you guys saw maybe some of our coverage on both on the live and the recorded. We talked about it quite a bit. Now, this is going to aim to provide an open and interoperable network that connect to different CBDCs and enable seamless transactions across borders and regions. So at the end of the day, for people who want to complain about, for instance, like, Stellar, you don't see a lot of news. Again, they're also part of the mix of working in the background. Why would that be? You got to keep in mind that they are a nonprofit. All right. How about this last one? Stellar Lumens is one of the most promising blockchain protocols in the crypto space, with a vision to create more inclusive and accessible global financial system. With its growing partnerships and use cases, it is poised to become a leader in the CBDC space. So, you're always going to have some naive people who are going to post FUD like this guy. Even so, XLM has shown no presence in crypto field. It can't just avoid scams. All right. Thank you for your in-depth research there, Mr. Juan Terry. All right. So there's that. Now this next part we're going to jump into is in regards to Franklin Templeton. Because you know what? We've been wanting to report this for the last 3 days or so. So I don't know if Ahmed is still here, but if he is, he was talking about this whole thing of Franklin Templeton. Here it is. They announced the Franklin Templeton, they announced as a Franklin Templeton, the Franklin on-chain U.S. government money fund, and that surpasses $270 million in assets under management. This is the first U.S. regulated mutual fund to process transactions and record share ownership on Stellar blockchain. I'll blow this up a little bit more for you guys. There we go. So let's get into this. Franklin Templeton, a few days ago, announced the Franklin on-chain U.S. government money fund. That's referred to as FOBXS, or the fund. Can you imagine that? Just, we are the fund. Has surpassed $270 million in assets under management, AUM, as of March 31st. The fund's transfer agent maintains the official record of share ownership via a proprietary blockchain integrated system that currently utilizes the Stellar blockchain network for transaction activity. Now, in regards to the fund, it is the first U.S. registered fund to use a public blockchain to process transactions and record share ownership, and is available via Benji investment app. This was pretty darn big news. I wish I could have shared the day that it happened, but we had a lot of other stuff that we're talking about. Look at this quote. I'm telling you guys, this is pretty big stuff. We believe that blockchain technologies have the potential to reshape the investment management industry by providing greater transparency and lower operational costs for traditional financial products. Blockchains like Stellar's are important to the investment process of the future, and assets built on the blockchain rails like the Franklin on-chain U.S. government money fund will eventually be interoperable with the rest of the digital assets ecosystem, said Roger Basin, head of digital assets, Franklin Templeton. Now, here's the conflicting problem with all this. The conflicting problem is, while we're saying, the innovators have to leave the United States to go elsewhere, it's like, okay, because of what? Like the SEC and stuff like that, right? Yeah, obviously. But then when you hear, for instance, that you have this at the top, we believe that blockchain technology had the potential to reshape the investment management industry by providing greater transparency, and lower operational costs for traditional financial products. It's just another perfect example of damned if we do, damned if we don't. You have a guy like Jerome Powell saying, we're not going to embrace any of this stuff. But we have, real time payments, and it's going to be here soon, and it's going to go live, and it's for everybody. It's like, so I guess we are building in the background. Are we not building in the background? Because this is very conflicting, technically speaking, right? All right. So when we get more into this, look what it says here. U.S. government money fund, like I mentioned, will eventually be interoperable with the rest of the digital asset ecosystem. Digital asset ecosystem. But if we in the United States have a digital asset ecosystem that's going offshore to other countries, how is that going to work? You know what I mean? It's very, very conflicting. Now, the fund reflects a meaningful integration between blockchain technology and traditional financial institutions. And that's always going to be an issue, guys. Let's be honest, right? TradeFi bridge to DeFi. This is going to demonstrate the potential for increased interoperability in the financial system. This innovative investment vehicle, motivated by the Stellar Development Foundation, to further diversify its treasury by making a multi-million-dollar investment into the fund. Now, I also want to state this. We saw the interview of Danelle Dixon from Stellar on, Bloomberg, and she was stating that, look, we got to get this clarity before we can get things fast-tracked and so on. I think this is another iteration, because if that's the case, which it is, obviously, then this furthermore pounds it home. And speaking of Danelle Dixon, boom, here you go. Here's a quote from her. Stellar is built and optimized for asset tokenization, and the Franklin on-chain U.S. government money fund exemplifies the blockchain's usability. Of course, was said by Danelle Dixon. All right. How about this? Here's another quote from him. Stellar is evolving traditional financial products and processes, making markets more accessible and empowering more people. All right. So if we have all this cool stuff going on, again, it is very conflicting. All right. I'll stop harping on that, but it's true. All right. A little bit more in regards to Franklin on-chain, right? U.S. government money fund. They're going to offer a competitive yield. And this is, again, I know I said I would stop talking about it, but this is, again, where some of the problems of the SEC are going to come in. All right. So people have stated that the SEC is not going to go after Stellar, right? Stellar is fine, supposedly. All right. But if they're going to offer a competitive yield and they're going to work with, blockchain innovative companies / organizations, clearly like Stellar, then you literally have a government entity working with a company who has made it public, stating that if we don't embrace innovation, they too could even leave, right? So does this pound home even more that, okay, Max, this is, to a sense, a great case for why the SEC won't go after them? Maybe, but the problem is a competitive yield. Why mention a competitive yield? Is it because of everything that was mentioned in regards to recognizing the traditional financial sector by stating, quote unquote, competitive yield? Because if it's not a competitive yield, and if it was like, I don't know, you could earn 20+% on your staking, right? Then maybe they would come after them. I don't know. I'm just throwing out all sorts of examples. It says the fund is regulated 1940 Act, or I should say the fund is a regulated 1940 Act fund that invests at least 99.5% of its total assets in government securities. Again, why mention this? This is another reason why I feel as though the SEC, right, might not go after them because of these figures. I mean, in reality, can you go after, some of this stuff if it's 99.5% of it's in, some of these securities? I don't think so. So anyway, there's cash and repurchase agreements collateralized fully by government securities or cash. The fund's investment goal is to provide investors with as high of a level of current income as in consistent with the, preservation of shareholders' capital, liquidity, you name it, at a stable price of $1 per share. One share of Franklin on-chain U.S. government money fund is represented by, listen to this, one Benji token. Now it's just like, well, where did this come from? Token holders can gain exposure, to the fund and digital wallets through the Benji investment app. That's where they come in. Available in mobile app stores, Stellar Development Foundation continues to recognize the functions and potential applications for these tokens in the digital ecosystem. Now, in regards to Stellar, like we know, they're nonprofit, so on and so forth, right? But the foundation helps maintain Stellar's code base, supports the technical business communities around Stellar, and is a speaking partner to regulators and institutions. And again, the topic of this week, let's face it, is regulatory clarity. So if you have this particular code base that supports quote unquote technical business communities around Stellar, and is in fact, like it says here, speaking to partners, to regulators and institutions, well, this is yet another example of maybe that, having that fast track towards actually getting the regulations that will lead you to the clarity for the institutions could come in, and this thing is game over in a good way, blast off, right? I'm not going to tell you so much about the whole thing in regards to Franklin Templeton. I mean, not a lot, but one of the key things I want to mention is they have clients in over 155 countries. That's big because they're partnered up with Stellar. So that's a great segue for Stellar. They have a specialist investment managers. The company offers boutique specializations on a global scale. They bring extensive capabilities in equity, fixed income, multi-asset solutions, and even alternatives. Listen to this. They have offices, guys, in more than 30 countries and approximately 1,300 investment professionals. They are California-based. They've been a company that's been around for 75 years. So if anything, they understand they have to get with the times. They have to expand. They have to innovate. If they didn't innovate over the last 75 years, just like a lot of other companies, they would have got swallowed up, right? So they have a lot of experience, and they have approximately 1.4 trillion. Yes, you read that right, in assets under management of March 31st, 2023. So this company, more than the next guy, right? They understand that they want to get this whole thing of regulatory clarity before you can get some of that big institutional money coming in. You better believe it, right? They're a big, big player in regards to it. So Franklin Templeton, if you didn't know about them, we're always talking about, BlackRocks and so on. I mean, like BlackRock is basically, the biggest blue whale of institutional money. Understand that these guys are also a whale of that institutional money. We don't need to do the whole thing in regards to Stellar because we know about Stellar. But anyway, I wanted to show you guys that. I will jump back into the comments for this next particular part. And on this next particular segment, this is from roughly 2 to 3 days ago in regards to an interview with Danielle Dixon for Stellar. So this is new Stellar news that we're bringing to you guys. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's kick it back into the comments. It's been a pretty decent show so far. Not the best turnout, but that's okay. We have our highs, we have our lows, just like crypto, right? All right, let's get back into it. I'm glad you guys are having some good conversations in the comments. And let's jump back to what we have. Magic Power did change his avatar. Cool looking avatar. So we got a bear and we have a cat. All right, let's go further down. I want to welcome, are you ready for this, Mr. Shaggins? Are you ready for this? Let's welcome Mr. Dildo Shaggins. Yes, I said it right. Like I pointed out last night. If I can say welcome Elon Muff, then what's the point of me putting a filter on Mr. Dildo Shaggins? Yeah. I don't really think many kids are up on a weekday night listening to a family-friendly crypto show. I just want to throw that out there. I mean, what's the point? We do try to keep it family-friendly as we can, but I mean, again, If I'm saying, hey, Muff take me in this and Elon Muff that and Elon Muff this, and I can't say dildo Shaggins, then what the heck? Welcome, Mr. Dildo Shaggins. I salute you, sir. All right. Good morning for Scotland, he says. IBM made believer. All right. Blackwood states China may be used to being controlled on such a level by the moment the masses understand what CBDCs are, is going to get very ugly. Yeah, it is. And knowing that, I mean, not even CBDC related. I'm sure you guys saw some of those videos where some of the local, news outlets have reported that a massive wave of military-aged men from China are coming over to the United States at record levels. They showed like the entry point of Chinese compared to like the last few years and what's going on now. Is it because, for instance, they realized that by 2027 or before, they're going to get drafted to fight the Taiwanese? I don't know. Maybe it's also because of the whole thing with CBDCs, or maybe it's a combination of all of the above. All right. MO, welcome. He says, you heard Gilbert got fired. Is that true? No, it's not true. And we covered that yesterday. It's okay. I mean, you heard some of the FUD. We did a special in regards to yesterday. I'll try to chop it up in a recorded video to condense it for you guys. Be out on the lookout for that. But we showed you guys some evidence that basically shows, and it's pinned in my my thread outline if you want to look at it. So MO, welcome. Guys, let's welcome MO. Go to follow me on Twitter at DPG Maximus, okay? And on my pinned tweet, you will see an outline where we show you that he was not fired. He resigned. He might have some certain reasons for resigning. I also want to state this. So we cover some of the FUD, right? We cover Cypherium FUD, Quant FUD, some of this other stuff, right? So remember how we were talking about with Cypherium, the whole thing with Sky Gao, right? So with Sky Gao, one of the things that was brought up was basically like FedNow being removed from their site for the showcase, right? Well, some people were saying, well, that could be because that's a new NDA, or that wasn't supposed to be on there due to an NDA. Keep in mind this, when it comes to the CBDCs for Quant and so on, that NDA, right, in itself, that could have been a new thing. Hey, you know what? We cannot have, Gilbert Verdian, you're part of the Digital Pound Foundation for CBDC for, for England, the UK, right? You got this one that just literally launched for, China or Shenzhou, right? So with that said, like, we need you to, I guess you could say, conflict of interest, whatever the case be. Those things do happen, and it could be a perfect case of NDA, and they just can't go public with it. Again, like I re-advise people, the whole thing with Cypherium. Now, I understand some people say, well, that's apples and oranges. Not exactly, because keep in mind, right, we'll find out. With Cypherium launching, not Cypherium, but with FedNow launching in July, which is just a couple months away, we'll find out if we're right, or some of you guys are right, if we're wrong, when it comes to what's going to happen with Cypherium. So, maybe Sky Gao is right, and that is conflict of interest, or whatever the case be. Could this be another case with Gilbert Verdian with Quant, where he simply had to resign? Could very well be. But if you want to check out the whole thread, because again, I don't want to make it another show in regards to this, right there. Follow me at DPG Maximus. It's literally pinned at the top. Or if you don't want to follow me, that's okay. You just want the information. It's right there. It is definitely pinned at the top. All right. Let's keep it nice though, guys. Okay, unless something bad happened. All right. Blackwood says there's Bitcoin and then there's BSV. If BSV is also considered Bitcoin, doesn't this mean the total supply is higher? Wouldn't the timeline for mining also be affected? So no, here's from the thing I gathered, right? I'm sure Cool Cat can inject because let's face it, he knows a lot more about BSV than we do. I'm still learning. But from what I gathered, Blackwood is the supply, all those metrics is the same compared to original BTC. However, that is a good question in regards to the mining, right? So will the, if we're sticking to everything across the board as far as supply, total max supply, circulating and all that, I mean, is there going to be a halving also for, BSV? Cool Cat, can you answer that? Give us a moment to get more comments. I'm sure you'll take a moment because I mean that will be big in itself. These are some good valid questions from Blackwood. So thank you for that, Blackwood. Elon Musk says that here's a list of companies that have been spawned from IBM, Microsoft, Intel, Lenovo, Red Hat, and Oracle. And those are big players. Even Oracle, right? I mean, that is one of the most impressive quant partnerships, in my opinion. All right. And Carl's Jr. Man, you're going to make me hungry for some Carl's Jr., man. And I was going to make pizza tonight because I have some portobello mushrooms that says if I don't make them tonight, it's supposed to consume them by today. But in reality, they're all vacuum sealed. I think they'll be okay. But I have some portobello mushrooms I'm going to thinly slice and put on my DiGiorno pizza. Because I can't eat out every day. It adds up. And if I do that every day, then that's less crypto, man. Gotta stack my crypto. Or as you guys say, my duck sauce, or whatever the heck you're saying. I don't know. Not making any sense. All right. Annie Rock. Hey, man. Welcome back. Hey, everybody, he says. Good to have you back, Annie Rock. You rock for coming back. My Western baked double bacon cheeseburger meal. So here's the thing. At my local, or the closest Carl's Jr. to me, they put too much of the barbecue sauce on it. So I always have to tell them put like light barbecue sauce. But yeah, those are really good. Once in a great while, maybe like once a year, they'll have a Wednesday special, and it's only for like 2 weeks out of the whole year, and they do back to back. Even with inflation, it's crazy, right? People buy these things up like crazy, and there's no limit, right? It's not just one. You could buy a Western bacon cheeseburger for $1. It's like best deal in town, better than Taco Tuesday and all that, right? So usually when that happens, like I don't know, like I'll pick up like 4 of them or 5 of them or something like that, and get a couple for my dad, a couple for myself, and then maybe like have one for like later, for the next day. I mean, at those prices, I mean, come on, man. Usually like you're looking at like what, $4 or $5 just for one. So that was a good deal. Anyway, let's go further down. Mr. Burke says Caspa is about to have a 4-hour golden cross. Yeah, it's probably going to bite me. I need to get in the Caspa. Trust me, I know that. Papa X Max, he was spot on with Rio, and he's been spot on with some of this other stuff. So, I have don't get me wrong, and I'm not going to mention the names, all right? It's not any of our regulars, but there's a few guys who watch in the background. You know who you are. It's okay. I'm not complaining, but like they'll DM the living hell out of me. Look into this, look into that, look into this, blah blah blah. These guys are doing this, and some of this stuff doesn't exactly like go crazy, but with Papa X Max, everything that he has linked me to, WadsPay, WTK, Caspa, Rio, especially, everything, like that guy knows his stuff. So with him, if he tweets something to me or DMs me something, like I definitely tune my ears in. I'm not trying to dismiss anybody, but that guy, you could totally tell like does his deep dive research. But yeah, he definitely mentioned Caspa in the same breath as Rio, and I've been very, very impressed with Caspa. It's just, I don't know. I hope I don't miss the boat with that one. It's just that there's always going to be something. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, I mean, I'm glad a lot of you guys are into a lot of stuff, but I'm sure there's ones that I'm probably into that you might miss out, and vice versa. It's the way it is. Yeah, Janelle Dixon, she's awesome. She's awesome. Definitely a GI. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to do the DGen talk. All right. Yeah, frogs are in. All right, let's go further down. Where Cooch show me. Whoa. All right. I get it. Cody Core, welcome, man. Welcome, Cody Core. JG price prediction on Casper, please. Ooh. So with Casper, I mean, some people feel as though like that could be another one that's like 1,000x. Me personally, I feel like I think 100x, to be honest. And I know I don't really do that too often. I'm not the type of guy to do the Moon Boy stuff. Even the Casper team doesn't really like that. But in reality, with all their partnerships, everything they're building, literally they won that Paris Blockchain of the Week award or whatever, or the year, excuse me. The largest deployment of patents and blockchain history or something like that, 25 million on their chain. One of the most underrated projects and so on. Some of you guys already, done like maybe a 2 or 3x on it so far. They built in the crypto winter, the bear market of 2022. And again, just as many impressive partnerships as Hedera. My attitude is if you hold Hedera, you should obviously hold Casper. I, of course, hold both. Casper is in my top 10. Maybe they are ranked number 8th or 9th. I can't remember, but they're definitely part of my top 10. I can't stop talking about Casper. We do cover Casper all the time here. But basically, I would take the price of what we have, and I would say it's a minimum of 100x. Some people don't like me doing that. Sorry. I'm not trying to pull a crypto Hulk on this one. I don't care in regards to that. I do have an opinion too. Some people think that content creators can't have an opinion because, cancel culture, we call it, freedom of thought. Not allowed to have freedom of thought because of content creator. I'm not saying you specifically. But yeah, a lot of people have a lot higher than 100x. Now, is that on the short term? No, but I think it's an excellent long-term one to have part of your portfolio. It's not financial advice, but this is what I'm personally doing. I have a decent sized bag of Casper. I may DC into it more. I think it is on my list to do so, but I have no complaints in regards to Casper. Incredibly impressed with it. I think the consistent one complaint that people do have about Casper, though, is that there is no max supply. They don't like that. Some people have gotten out of it. My thing is, and this gets brought up all the time, keep in mind the reason why you see such high yields on Casper might very well be because of there is no limit on the max supply. So later on, do they end up getting a max supply? We'll see. But I just think it's a solid project. If somebody was to say, well, what's the minimum? Okay, how about this? It's easily a 10x from where it's at. So I don't want to give you some specific price numbers. You got to understand what, market cap, you got to understand, supply, all these particular factors, but they continually crush it. So I'll give you a recommendation if you haven't seen it already. Make sure you give X Frontier, who is what's his name? Jesse of X Frontier. Great channel, one of the killing it with the Casper coverage. Him and Kevin Cage, probably like the two best top influencers for Casper, continuously bringing it when it comes to that. With our channel, like the ones I'm consistent obviously with is Quant, Jasmine, stuff like that, right? Everybody has things that kind of make them shine. But you'll be glad that you followed those guys. They highly respect those guys. They're doing a lot for their coverage for Casper. All right, glad to have you here though, JG, and hope to see more of you. Any other questions or comments you have, feel free to drop them. And again, guys, if you haven't done so already, welcome JG. Smash that like button. Thank you very much, Mr. Cody Core. About 3.5 hours into the show. We're always looking at microcaps, believe it or not. Look into Rio, look into Elk, look into Rocket Exchange, which recently joined up with XDC. Been having a lot of good price movement, even for swing trading, if that's your type of thing. But yeah, we definitely looked into some of these things. They're not obviously none of it's financial advice. Let me bring that back up. But we're always looking out for some of these gems, if you will. All right, so you think it'll hit 20 million? All right. IBM make Caspa. Yeah, Link will do good, man. All right. Yes, IBM made it too for a bonus. You know what's going to happen eventually, guys? Cool Cat's going to give us some info at some point. He's going to be like, now I know you guys don't believe this, but back in a soup kitchen, back after the collapse of the stock market in 1929, IBM in its infancy created Taco Tuesday. That's right, Taco Tuesday, presented by the founding fathers and mothers of IBM. All right, that's a bad joke. All right, let's go further down. Let's see here. Cool Cat says the council has spoken and approved of your Chainlink acquisition. Crypto Pete of, I imagine, Australia. He says he's loading up on Jasmine right now. It could be Australia. It could also be Austria. I don't know. But that's cool. Welcome. Guys, let's give a warm welcome to Crypto Pete AU. All right. Dane, need to finish Mandalorian. Do not, please, guys, please. I don't request anything from you guys ever. I don't say anything like, get mad at you for, sharing a source or something like that until you go F yourself and all sorts of bad things, right? I'm telling you flat out, please do not give me any spoilers for this current season of Mandalorian. I want to binge watch it. Really, I do. I love that show. It's one of my favorite shows. Please, I just plead with you. Please, God, don't ruin it for me, right? I do not like spoilers. I tried my best. I don't even go on my, some of my Star Wars fan pages because they're gonna, people are gonna ruin it for me and so on. Years ago, when the sequel, Star Wars: The Force Awakens, right? I was on one of my gaming sites for Call of Duty, and some jackass posted in the comments of a map that I wanted to download and provide to my community. He posted, he said Han Solo dies. You know what I mean? And I was just like, oh my god, And then so everybody, we went to the premiere. All my friends were amazed and oh my god, that moment, and it ruined it for me. And I was just like, that dang bastard, posting that. So please do not be that guy. That's all I can say is just I don't really do much requests. Please, I love that show. Please do not ruin it for me. All right, thank you. All right. Yeah, good stuff. I mean, you're gonna love it. And I also like the other one with Boba Fett. I thought that was decent. I just don't think it's as good as Mandalorian, but it's pretty decent. Thanks, first time on the line. Oh, very cool, man. I think I seen you in the comments, if I'm not mistaken. But glad to have you here, man. I'm glad you appreciate the content. All right, Tuesday. Yeah, it's because some of the comments that Triple C was given earlier. He's like, I bet you didn't know that IBM also invented kitty litter. And then Burke is like, let me guess, they did that in 1964. And Cool Cat's like, you're darn right they did. IBM kitty litter. Anyway, we're having fun though, right? We're having a good time. All right. Yeah, that happened to me. I knew Solo died before. Yeah, man. It's just don't you hate that? It reminds you of something from. We'll get back to crypto here in a second, guys. I promise. It kind of you guys see that one? Was it from Simpsons where Homer, I guess, goes and he ruins the whole thing about who Luke's father, Darth Vader is and so on. So anyway. Yeah. So Salamander is what I'm talking about. Don't ruin it. Do not ruin it. All right. IBM. I'm glad we're all in a good mood for the most part. I mean, I don't know what's up with that one guy earlier who just came in here. I try to welcome him and so on, but I don't know. He just seemed like kind of a troll. But all right. we are going to jump into this next part, and it is the last segment for Stellar. It doesn't mean it's this last segment for coverage. We still have more coverage, but it's the last part of our Stellar coverage. So this is going to come straight from the Stellar Foundation. And let me see where it's at on my list, actually. Sorry about that. Here it is. I've gone ahead and fast forward to this. So this was posted 3 days ago. It was actually a live stream, believe it or not. Again, stuff flies under the radar, right? Stellar Development Foundation only has 10,600 subscribers. You should have should easily have 100,000 in my opinion, or more, right? This is Stellar. So as you guys know, sometimes it's really hard to find new info with Stellar. I mean, as a content creator, you really got to hunt this stuff down. But here it is. I've gone ahead and fast forwarded, and you're going to see this lady. She's going to interview Danelle Dixon. And like it says, this was posted on the 24th, so only a few days ago. This call was led by SDF CEO and Executive Director Danelle Dixon, who was joined by Justin Rice, VP of Ecosystem, and Jordan Edelstein, CMO, to cover how the Stellar Network had grown and has strategic highlights from the Stellar Development Foundation in Q1. I mean, if anything, it's Stellar. Why wouldn't we want to know how things went? So smash that like. Here we go.
We talked a lot about Soraban, so I'm going to ask Danelle first. Some folks were asking about Soraban's timeline. Danelle, do you have some insight into that, when Soraban's going to be launched?
Well, Justin said in that, you guys just heard him, he said that before the end of the year, we'd like it to be way before the end of the year. Honestly, we hoped that, I think we originally gave and said hopefully the first half of 2023. This has been such an awesome engagement with the ecosystem, and we're really trying to solve some of the problems that you see out there with other smart contract platforms. We're still hoping that it's not far off in the first half, meaning that hopefully by Meridian, we actually have the at least the first launch out there, mainnet live, but I'm not going to make promises around the date. I'm just telling you guys what I think the date could be based on where we are with respect to working with all the teams out there. So that is my bet, is that we'll actually be able to push something live by Meridian, which is the end of September. So if it can be beforehand, all the better. We're pushing really, really hard. So no firm date, but just know that we're working really hard to get it done with the ecosystem.
Thanks, Danelle. All right, there are a few other questions coming in. So, and also Candace and Justin, you guys can turn your cameras on now. This is group convo time. So I think there was a question here about the bridge bounties. Give me 1 second. Is there any update on the bridge bounty program and when we can expect to see the winners go live? So Justin, maybe you could give a little bit more about the process that's going there.
Yeah, it's a really good question. When we launched the bridge bounty, there was different stages at which people could sort of get awards. And I know that it's all outlined on the bridge bounty website. And I think there were 5 awards that we gave out, and they are in various stages of completion and launch. I, off the top of my head, I honestly cannot remember exactly which one is in which stage of launch, but I believe some are launched, some are not, and I would have to go just look to verify which ones are which, because they're kind of scrambled around in my head right now.
We can, in our takeaway blog about the about this quarterly report, we can direct folks there. So make sure you check out the debrief blog after this call, where I think someone asked, is this presentation and recording available afterwards? Yes, it is. It will have a full report also that you can read and dig into the details, and we can include more details about that there. Okay, question for Danelle. Thanks, Justin. Danelle, with the MoneyGram on and off ramp reaching its 1-year fee waive, do you have an idea of where things are going to go from here?
Well, so what we have been talking to MoneyGram about, and what MoneyGram has been, I think, pretty vocal about on their own, is that, we want this project to make the most sense from the standpoint of really tackling that World Bank which is the suggestion that everything get below 3% in terms of fees. And they have agreed that it would be a 2% global average on fees. So I don't know how that is, like it's MoneyGram's fees. So I don't know exactly how that's operational in their side, but the 2% global average is a lot better than even what we're seeing today in the world. And remember, these fees are not really for MoneyGram. They're for the agents that have their feet on the ground in these regions that frankly should be paid because they're mom and pop shops and they're doing the hard work on the edges to make sure that they do the compliance and that they actually have the cash on hand to give out. So I just want everybody to have a sense that these fees aren't really in there for a lot of other, we're removing intermediaries as we get through that process. So that's what we've been told by MoneyGram and what we've actually really pushed for. So 2% global average for fees. So it's a good, I think it's a good number given where we are.
Absolutely. All right, I'm gonna, this one is maybe could go to any of you, and since Danelle, Candace, and Justin, you all focus on different things. What are the biggest challenges that you guys are facing right now, and how do you plan on overcoming them within the next 1 to 3 years? So maybe within your respective areas of focus, you guys could tell us what you're thinking. Candace, maybe you want to start?
Sure. I would say, particularly in the United States, our biggest hurdle is the Congress and their inability to move things forward, but we are doing our very best to continue to be in the conversation and continue to push forward, and also to expand into, I'm in London right now and meeting with folks, making sure that we're expanding our policy and engagement more internationally.
I'll say it. Oh, go ahead,
Janelle, go ahead.
I'll just jump in and say that I think regulation globally is an issue, but I also think that just really focusing on use cases and remembering that this is actually really early stage in terms of the use of this technology, and the most important way for us to be able to achieve sort of that status of, getting into the mainstream is really through like wallets, through tools, through when you actually get to those utility players, and you really focus not so much on the tech stack, but a lot more on what the tech stack allows, and that's solving problems and like creating, overcoming challenges and hurdles for the end user, whether that be a business or a consumer. So I think the largest challenge, which is a really huge opportunity, is to demonstrate those use cases and constantly just really focus there, and to remove even like the blockchain and the crypto narrative from our story, and just actually build and show what the products can do. That's how we actually get to the end. So it's the biggest challenge for us, only because this is how it always is in the early stages of a new technology. I was there in the early days of the web and we had the exact same issues, so we're no different. I think the only issue there is that the technology sort of gotten ahead of itself here, and we're like that's the mainstream piece that everybody talks about, versus in the early days of the web, the utility actually came up a lot faster. But I think we're there now, and I think we're actually seeing a lot more of it. So it's the biggest challenge, but really, really, I think the most awesome opportunity. Justin.
Sorry, if I can just, sorry, thanks for saving me there, Janelle. I have a little cough. But it's absolutely true. I think one thing that's encouraging is that we have always focused on the real world use of the technology, and that's always resonated in our conversations with regulators and policymakers. And the rest of the industry is finally realizing that that is important. So while we've been doing it all along, it's super helpful to have everyone else in the industry on the same page.
I think for me, there's two different areas that interest me. One are sort of the technical challenges, and one are the ecosystem challenges. I think the technical challenges, interestingly, are the unknown unknowns. Like I sort of talked a little bit about state bloat and what happens when state gets to a size where you can no longer manage it. That's a big question that all blockchains are facing. And there are a lot of questions about that, specifically around scalability. What happens when blockchains start to absorb just like transactions that represent really high volume use cases, and how would they deal with them? And I believe that you can start to see technology emerging on Stellar and in other ecosystems that like deals with this problem. But we don't entirely know the dimensions of the problem quite yet. And so I think there's these technical challenges that await us as we start to see growing adoption, and it will be exciting to see them be solved. On the ecosystem side, I think it's just, in order to solve those problems, we need a lot of people thinking and a lot of people building. And so it really is getting more and more developer mindshare, getting more and more people to care and more people to engage on a technical level. And so the challenge is, how do you like get involvement, get people excited, support them as they grow, and create paths that allow them to become meaningful contributors? And that's not a question for us, SDF. Like, that is a question that we all should have together, right? Like, how do we create an environment that welcomes a lot of participants to create this massive effect from this sort of universal contribution that open source systems allow? Very exciting.
That is exciting. I like talking about hard problems to solve. Okay, Danelle, this is one maybe you and I can tag team. So in regards to marketing, you've been quite active on offline marketing like conferences and print media. So what are our plans to ramp up our online marketing and awareness campaigns?
Well, I think we've actually been really active on online marketing as well. But I think that as I read the question there, it was talking about retail and focusing on that. And I do think that that's a really good way to be able to get users involved in things. But importantly, remember, we're not Stellar, and the SDF are not like the focus on the retail. The individual wallet partners and everybody else are. So what we've done is we actually just brought on a dedicated digital marketing leader in Q1. And so we're going to continue to see a lot of media performance with respect to the entities that are building on the network. So we support a lot of that through the marketing grant program. And also we've created a marketing program with respect to MoneyGram, and really bringing the wallets, not like MoneyGram, but the wallets that are building on MoneyGram access, and helping them market through the digital and do digital marketing that way to their retail consumers. So I think that we're trying really hard to like market as much as we can with respect to the network and what's being built on the network, because that's really, again, getting to this point of utility, what I think is really, really important for us to do. We clearly think it's important for developers to know. So there's a lot of different audiences that we need to focus on. So the SDF and we focus a lot for developers on building on Soroban, even leveraging the technology that's available in terms of the SDKs, all those SDKs that Justin mentioned during the presentation for wallet partners, and then for the Anchor platform for anchors to be developing. So we market that from the SDF standpoint to those developers out there in addition to Soroban. And then we actually support the marketing of these individual players that are building on the network, which is my favorite thing. The marketing grant program, which I think we started up again either in Q1 or it was Q4 of last year. We've actually done a lot of work there, and we spend a lot of time really reviewing those kinds of applications for the marketing program, or and how the team is distributing that. And that's really in our mandate to really push that out. So thank you for the push on it, because we always need to do more and to be better. But I do think we're really trying hard. Lauren, I'm sure you have more that you can add in specifics, but.
Yeah, no, I think you covered most of it. The only thing I want to say is I think we're going to have some also really exciting updates later this year in the summertime. So definitely stay tuned. We're coming up with a lot of new and creative ways to do our marketing in person and online. And I think we're excited to share more. So teaser alert, you're definitely going to want to be at the next quarterly call. So, and the other thing I want to say, I think, because it's kind of related, I know this was about digital marketing, but someone also asked about our presence at Consensus. So we're going big at Consensus this year. We're going to have a booth. So if anyone's going to be there, we're also going to have a whole list of activities that we'll be sharing on social. So definitely check it out. If you are there, come see us. And with that, I'm going to shift gears a little bit because I'm going to ask Danelle and Justin a question on scaling. So Justin, you mentioned that Stellar processed over 1 billion operations last quarter. Could you speak to the scaling solutions that Stellar has in mind and how this number will be influenced when it goes up to 100x, for example?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. As I mentioned before, like scaling is definitely there are a lot of potential solutions, but in terms of which one is actually the right solution, no one in the industry has a totally clear answer yet. The two things that I talked about, which were bucket list DB and pull mode, both allow for increasing the headroom for scaling on the layer one. So Stellar itself, the ledger itself, can handle more transactions, and there's still more optimization that we can do on that level, right? But then the question is, like, once you get to a really high number of transaction, like a really high transaction volume, you do start to need to think about what you should be writing to the ledger itself and what you should be doing in other ways. And I'll say that one thing that we have worked on and released a prototype for, which is called Starlight, is payment channels. And I think there are a lot of interesting solutions, and I won't get into them, you know, one hop, two hop, multi-hop payment channels that will make it so that you can build different models that allow you to execute a high number, have a really high volume of transactions, and execute them in batches on the network. But then the other thing that I think we will start to see is with Soroban, it starts to open up the potential for all different kinds of layer 2 solutions, including, you know, zero knowledge proofs and optimistic rollups and these kinds of things. So I think for us, there's increasing the layer 1 scalability. There's also payment channels, and then there's also the new kinds of technologies that Soroban will open up. And all of that is stuff that I feel like I can see it starting to come together to solve a problem that when it comes, I think we'll be ready to deal with it. But I just want to say, right now, Stellar is processing 1 billion operations. So we are operating at a pretty high scale. So it's not like we have a scalability problem today that we have to deal with. Today, we are processing at scale. So these are future problems with future solutions that I'm pretty excited to see built.
Yeah, and right now the operations are sort of hard coded in terms of the number of operations for each ledger. So I think that that's another piece that we can work through. I'll just say this, because everything Justin said is covering like the different components of what we're working towards. But David Mazieres, who is the founder of the Stellar Consensus Protocol, he has every single time that I meet with him, which is once a week, the first thing he starts with is, what are we doing on scalability? And it's not because we need to focus on it like today, because we have a problem today, but his thing is always to look out to the future. So it is a really important thing. And every single week I talk to him about the different issues. The reason why we can do payment channels is because we implemented the proposals in already to the network to make it so that it's easy for these kinds of things to be built. And then it's using the protocol, what's in the protocol already, to be able to see what we need to do. So it is on our mind constantly. It's not on our mind because we're in any kind of a jam impact situation, because we're not. But because David asks me every week, I think about it constantly. And I should have said before that that was one of the challenges that we have to deal with. But again, that's an opportunity too. So, so stay tuned for more on this. And I'm hopeful that people can use the tools in the network and start to like play with it themselves and see what kinds of things they can come up with, particularly with payment channels, because I think payment channels are really interesting.
Super interesting. Thank you, Justin and Danelle. All right, a couple more questions before we wrap. So someone asked, is there any R&D into privacy tools for Stellar? Candace, I think you have some insight into some parts of this.
Yes, well, I can also continue the David Mazieres. Sorry, I think I broke up there for a second. I can continue on the David Mazieres theme, which is that every time I talk to David Mazieres, it is about privacy and another idea that he has to address that. It's a very important piece, and I think it's something for across the industry that is that's a challenge. So we have a number in our research grant program. We have a number of research and development proposals that are under consideration at the moment. We also, which are more focused on, I think, what the question was, which was tools and building tools. But on the policy side, we're also working with other industry players and think tanks. Like Digital Dollar Project is very focused on privacy right now, not just for not just for a CBDC, but generally. And so been working and spending a lot more time on roundtables and think tanks and really getting into the challenges, which again, another opportunity, but one that we are embracing, and that our good friend David is keeping the eye on the important things, scalability and privacy. So yes, lots of work.
And I also think that payment channels offers some privacy features there. And so it's not going to solve the problem, but it is a way to think about it. So I think Starlight actually showed a little bit of that. That wasn't the reason we were looking at it from a scalability standpoint, but there is this opportunity to leverage some privacy components to it there. And every single time that we're approached by maybe a larger player who wants to consider doing something on the network, this is an issue that comes up because especially the folks in the traditional financial sector, and that they're interested in building on our network or some other network, they're going to be focused more around privacy because that's the kind of thing that they already have, being a centralized entity for the most part. So it's definitely something that we are going to continually work on. And also, I love the idea of these grants and these proposals that are going out for others to be thinking about it. Because while we have lots of ideas and lots of beliefs around things, like getting outside input onto things we should do is really the best way for an ecosystem to sort of thrive.
Thanks, Danelle. Okay, someone gave us a really amazing softball that I just have to ask, and I didn't make this one up. Someone submitted it. But first, Danelle, there was a few people who asked for a status update on Kelp, and I was wondering if maybe you could address the status of where that stands.
Is that the softball? Because that doesn't feel like a softball.
That one's not the softball. I led with that one so I can pivot to the softball.
Okay, so here's the thing on Kelp. I saw a lot of the questions in the chat. There were like 3 questions on Kelp, and I'm so glad that you guys care about these tools that were built originally by the foundation. Part of it is that we're a tiny but mighty group at the foundation. We are under 150 people, and we need to focus on different pieces of our work to make sure that we're doing the best that we can for the ecosystem. That's why we try to be super transparent to those things about those things that we're focused on through these quarterly calls, and also through the information that we put out in the blogs early in the year, and that we continually try to provide feedback on. Kelp is an open source project, and so we actually we don't have a dedicated team working on Kelp right now. I'm just going to be honest about that. Doesn't mean that we won't in the future. It just depends on like what the needs are of the ecosystem right now, in terms of focusing on the scalability pieces and focusing on the building blocks we've identified this year. Kelp wasn't part of that. But that doesn't mean that you guys can't actually go out and like push it and make it even more amazing. So we're not going to provide updates. At least we don't have anything on the roadmap to provide updates to Kelp this year. Doesn't mean that it's still not usable and scalable and an important part of our ecosystem. It's just, again, when we're focused and try to be transparent about the building blocks that we're focused on. Kelp didn't fit neatly into any one of them, but I know that a lot of you think it's really important. And I love that you guys have passion about it. And so it's good feedback for us, and we'll take that in. But I think that if you can actually even work to make Kelp better from an open source project standpoint, even better if you guys want to help us to do that. Now for the softball.
Oh, yeah, now the softball. Okay, so someone asked, and any of you feel free to chime in. This is for all of you. What are the most exciting use cases you believe are still to come on Stellar and/or Sorbonne?
Okay, well, I'll just start just because I talk a lot. So my most exciting use cases on Classic Stellar we're starting to see come to fruition, which is the use of the disbursement tool and the Stellar 8 Assist, but also I love the notion of payroll. And then there's this other part where I haven't seen this quite yet, but think about Sorbonne because of what Sorbonne can do, and maybe a wallet that's focused on a particular area that doesn't have there's a lot of unbanked or underbanked in that region. And so the wallet can actually be servicing all of the needs of those users from the standpoint of remittances or payments and all those kinds of things. And then you can layer in Sorbonne with the lending type protocol or something. If somebody were to develop that and to bring those two together, I think would be amazing. So again, that's not something that we're working on specifically because that's what other folks need to do. But those are the kinds of things that I think the combination of Classic Stellar and Sorbonne can really drive a lot of value.
I'm super excited for governance use cases. I think one of the things that sets Stellar apart is its consensus protocol, which has a built-in idea of governance and of how all the validators on the network basically agree to vote, and they vote on network settings and they vote on transaction sets. I think with Sorbonne, we'll start to see the ability to connect that ideal and even some of that functioning into like these great governance platforms that give users the ability to make decisions in common about sort of like anything that they can set their minds to. And for me, this will pair very well with like access, with wallets, with equitable access to financial infrastructure, because we'll also be empowering users to make decisions about how that financial infrastructure functions. And I think it's just like, it's always been exciting to me, the sort of democratic and equitable nature of Stellar governance that's built into the protocol, and extending that to sort of the application layer is something that I don't even know exactly how it's going to happen, right? But people are going to start to come out with use cases that do it, and it's going to be very, very new and exciting.
All right, Candace, to bring us home.
Well, I'm going to pick up on that theme, which is that I can't even, I just am excited about Sorbonne and what's going to come from that, or even in the more classic Stellar. I think one of the things to me that's always exciting when I tell people about the Stellar 8 Assist and the pilot with UNHCR is that was UNHCR seeing something that was going on in the Stellar ecosystem and reaching out to us and saying, hey, we can apply this to this problem that we see in our world. We had no idea what the challenges were in humanitarian aid on that level, with respect to transparency for donors, with respect to getting aid to people who may be sitting in a bunker in Ukraine. That was not on our minds. In retrospect, we wish it had been, but that's the beauty of the ecosystem, is that as long as we are out there and we're visible about all of the tools that are available, there are other examples where we have labeled a tool with a certain name, claimable balances. There are certain companies out there like Franklin Templeton that's using that for their own purposes, and they, despite the name, it's not a claimable balance in their world. So that to me is what's exciting about what's to come, is that as long as we as an ecosystem, and not just SDF, all of you as well, are talking about and getting the word out on what the tools are, then the exciting things are something that we have not thought about yet. Someone out there has.
Thank you so much, Candace. That is all we have time for today. So thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you to our incredible speakers. As I mentioned earlier, we'll have the webinar recording and report posted on stellar.org on the quarterly report landing page.
All right, so that went a little bit extended. I don't know about you guys, are just very engaged with it and so on. I did review a lot of it earlier, but didn't get to watch the whole thing. And I just thought to myself, you know what? How often do we get to see some top people with Stellar going over some of these things, right? This is like a quarterly review report and so on. You heard about what they are looking to build. One of the last deep dives we did was in regards to Sorbonne. It is in the recorded videos section. I'm just going to turn on some of my banners and stuff back on. Let me see. But another thing I was going to mention is, you heard them talk about the whole thing of scalability, right? I mean, that was mentioned quite a few times. Another key takeaway was basically getting more from their marketing, right? Let's face it, you don't see a lot of marketing from Stellar. People stated because it's nonprofit, you know what I mean? So that's good. That's really, really good. And they said that, there's going to be some big things coming like this summer, but to find out how that goes. You got an update about that one particular project saying that, it's not the focus, it's still a good project. I think what did she say it was Klee or something, not Klee Kai, obviously. I mean, that has nothing to do with that. But yeah, there's some updates in regards to that. But again, I mean, you could totally see that they're very enthused with what they're building, obviously with Stellar and so on. But yeah, at the end of the day, it was some Stellar news. Who doesn't want some new Stellar news, right? So I'm gonna kick it back in the comments because it's been a while. We're at basically the 4-hour mark. My God, I can't believe it's another night of WrestleMania, like unofficially. Didn't feel like it was, but I guess it is. All right, Coochie Boy back at 9:24, which was a while ago, about an hour ago. My God. It says governments will want to be in control of their own blockchains. Dixon is McGirl, says Triple C. Let's see here. All right, let me go further down. The wonderful big-breasted Danelle Dixon. Yeah. All right. Yeah, she's a pretty attractive woman for her age. All right, JG, price prediction on Casper. I think, yeah, we already talked about that earlier. My bad. Didn't mean to read some old comments. My bad. All right, let's go further down. Way further down. All right. How about this one? From MO. Thanks for the welcome. I'm listening to at work. I work at a warehouse, so I could replay it. My bad. No, that's fine. No worries. I'm just glad you're commenting on the live. MO, consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. It helps us identify you a lot easier if you choose to do so. And again, I just think it's awesome that you're here listening with us, watching with us. Coolcast referring to the other lady in the top left. That's funny. Yeah, she's not bad. All right, let's see here. Go further down. Mr. Muff is still here. That was a 10:08 mark. We're at 10:22. All right, let's let you guys know I'm still here. You can listen to her talk all night. Yeah, I mean, that's the way I look at it too. I just, I want the new info on Stellar just as much as the next guy. All right. A Stellar Governing Council. Hold on. Gray the God, welcome back. We just played a segment in regards to Stellar. Some big news with Stellar. Glad to share it. Well, there's a lot of news for Stellar, so I'll probably have to chop that up for sure. All right. Triple C, more reason to keep stacking. Says GS. Gray the God. Again, welcome back. This morning, you just bought $200 worth of Deso. Oh, I remember when we covered Deso. Getting ready to buy another $500 worth in 2 weeks. So you really, really stand behind that project. Interesting. Marvin Davis is back. Sup, Max, Boomer, and the rest of the fam. I don't know if Boomer's still here. I imagine Boomer probably went to bed. Mr. Boomer F sooner. All right. Let's go ahead and highlight that. I'm going to see if there's anything left on our coverage. Hold on. I think somebody sent me a DM. Cody Core sent me a DM. So Cody Core has an update. He went out for hot pastrami burger while we were playing the Stellar segment. I told him it sounded yummy. He says he went to SLC to a Crown Burger. He had to get 2 hot dogs and fries. He got the hot pastrami. He says, nom, nom, nom. Then he went and said, sorry, his son had to get the hot dogs. He's only 19. And that's an update in regards to Cody Core in his late night munchie burger / hot dog situation. Let me see what else we got for you guys. Hold on just a second. That might be, I don't know what else we got. Hold on a second. I think I got some tweets that I want to pull up for just a brief moment. All right, hold on. Let's see what we got for y'all. I know what it was. This is going to be, there's two more left. All right. He's probably gone, but shout out to the one and only Mr. Henry Brown. This is some more Stellar news thanks to Henry Brown. All right. So I'm sure he's not here. He's probably gone by now. Stellar partner launches cross-border payment solution in Chile. Right, we talked about the whole thing in regards to Stellar in Australia. So we got some bonus coverage here. This was posted today. Let's go ahead and load this up. This comes from the Crypto Basic. Right, Stellar partner launches cross-border payment, like I said, in Chile. All right, MoneyGram has launched the MoneyGram service in Chile. Stellar partner, MoneyGram International. Well, let me see if I can make that just a tad bit bigger. Yeah, that's just a tad bit bigger. But yeah, they launched the MoneyGram online service in Chile. According to a press release today, yes, today, residents in Chile can utilize the solution to send money from the country to friends and families worldwide. Commenting on the development, MoneyGram chairman and CEO Alex Holmes said the company is thrilled to launch the MGO service in Chile, one of South America's largest remittance markets. On top of that, let's go further down into this. I'm gonna fix this in a way if I could come back in the frame because I don't know what the heck's going on with that. There we go. All right. So on top of that, commenting on the development, you have MoneyGram chairman and CEO Alex Holmes, who said the company is thrilled to launch. I already mentioned that. Sorry about that. All right. Quote, after our successful launch in Brazil, we are especially excited about our strong momentum in Chile. Remittance service in Chile. A lot of times, a lot of these projects talk about remittances and so on, and what is, part of that and what it consists of. So it's noteworthy that over the past 25 years, MoneyGram has offered diverse ways for Chileans to send money worldwide. Chile is one of the largest remittance corridors in South America, right? In 2021, a migrant population of 1.5 million people sent a whopping 762 million through traditional means. However, there is a new demand for online cross-border settlements. In this case, let's face it, overseas settlements in Chile. MoneyGram hopes to address these demands through the MGO solution. This is good stuff because, at the end of the day, if you don't have a supply and demand of your particular digital asset, in this case, a crypto project like Stellar, well, then what the heck do you got? All right, MoneyGram, like it says, major fintech company that enables users to move and manage money across various parts of the world. Through its set of fintech offerings, MoneyGram clients can send funds directly into bank accounts and wallets. We know about this stuff, right? Don't need to preach to the choir about this, but it states the company has been taking key steps to offer the best fintech services to its clients. One of the moves includes, believe it or not, partnering with Ripple's rival, the Stellar development. Ooh, right. So MoneyGram collaborated with Stellar Development Foundation in 2021 to utilize blockchain technology for cross-border settlements. Under the partnership, MoneyGram's network integrated with the Stellar blockchain to enable cash funding and payout in local currency and consumers using USD coin, Circles, USDC. It gives you a little bit of some history in regards to this rivalry. I don't really think it's that too big of a rivalry or competition, if you will. Some people state that it is. But it says it bears mentioning that Ripple and MoneyGram were once involved in a partnership in 2019, where the former acquired a 30 million stake in the fintech company. However, shortly after Ripple was taken to court by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission over its alleged illegal XRP offering, MoneyGram terminated its partnership with crypto behemoth in March of 2021. That part is true. Might as well recognize that. A few months later, if you didn't know, MoneyGram partnered, of course, with Stellar to utilize Stellar blockchain for cross-border settlements. True. It's worth noting that Stellar was launched, of course, by Ripple's co-founder, Joe McHale. We understand all this stuff. So there is a little update in regards to this whole thing. The main key takeaway is what was going on with Chile. I'm going to jump back to this other one. And on this particular other one, this is from, believe it or not, CryptoSmith. I saw him make this retweet. So I'm going to share it with you guys. And this is big stuff. And then I'll give you guys an update in regards to Cody Core. All right. So let's see how we're doing in the comments. I think you guys are still here. I saw that Wayne Size here. He's like, Crow up 30%. Sirs up, team. Sirs up, man. Shaw. All right. Glad to have you here, Mr. Wayneside. So look at what's going on here. We're going to share this from CryptoSmith. All right. All right. Let's take a look at this. So it says, this is a shot across the bow. This is a nuclear kick in Gary Gensler's balls, according to CryptoSmith, who he's probably in bed by now. Let's face it. He's probably in bed. I want to state this. All right. Absolutely have nothing but love and respect for Sean the CryptoSmith. He's part of, our CTN family here. You got to give him a follow, especially on Twitter. You can follow him at Sean CryptoSmith. You can also follow him on Twitter, YouTube, right? Just look up, the CryptoSmith or the space CryptoSmith. All right. So how is this a kick in Gary Gensler's balls? Coinbase responds to the SEC's Wells notice. There's a full video. All right. Let's see how long it is. All right. Pull it up. You know what? it's not incredibly super long. This might be like a nuclear kick, like you mentioned, in the nuts. So we're gonna go ahead and play this and smash that like if you haven't done so already. Like we mentioned for this week, the talk about regulatory clarity. Brian Armstrong definitely stood out at the beginning of the week with some of the statements he made, right? So yeah, we're gonna play this whole thing. So smash the like. Thank you again for being here. Here we go.
To the chair, other commissioners, and staff of the Securities and Exchange Commission, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak directly to you. My name is Paul Graywall. I'm Coinbase's Chief Legal Officer. And with me is Brian Armstrong, the Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of Coinbase. I'd like to start by turning things over to Brian to say a few words. Brian?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So again, thank you for the opportunity to respond to this Wells notice. And I thought I'd share a few words just about the founding story of Coinbase and why I decided to base it here in the US and how we've proactively sought out compliance over the last 11 years. So back in 2012, I had just read the Bitcoin white paper, and something clicked in my head when I first read this, that this might be a very important technology breakthrough that could help update the financial system globally. I'd had a firsthand experience seeing how difficult and challenging certain aspects of the financial system were. I had been a software engineer at Airbnb, and I had seen how difficult it was to send and receive payments globally to 190 countries. It was slow and expensive and difficult. I had lived in Argentina actually for a year, studying abroad and working abroad, and I had seen what a country looked like that had gone through hyperinflation, where people had lost trust in the currency and they didn't have access to good financial services. They couldn't get loans, for instance, to buy a car or a home. And so when I read the Bitcoin white paper, I thought this might be an important breakthrough, something on the order of what we saw with the internet, a new global and decentralized system that could make it easier for people to transmit value and update financial services globally. The next decision I had was, where do I want to start this company? Once I realized I wanted to start a company, and I went to some early Bitcoin meetups in San Francisco, and people were telling me, you shouldn't base it in the US. It's going to be too challenging. There's 50 state regulators and multiple federal regulators, and you should start it in Hong Kong or Singapore. And there was other firms that were starting at that time that did that. But I made the choice at that moment to start the company in the US because I knew that even if it was more difficult, the US was a major market. There was respect for rule of law. The US was a financial hub, a technology hub. It was a place where I felt entrepreneurs could work in good faith with regulators to help define clear rules for new industries as they emerged. And so I was lucky enough to raise some venture capital money. The prototype on my laptop, nights and weekends, turned into a small company, and we went off to the races. 11 years later, fast forward, this strategy of proactively working with regulators in cases where it really wasn't clear what we should do because it was a new industry, we tried to do the right thing in the absence of clarity and demonstrate good faith effort that would allow us to bring this technology in a safe and thoughtful way to hopefully 1 billion people someday. So here we are as a public company. I think we've made enormous strides, and I think the message I'd really like to leave with the commissioners and the SEC is that we're committed to working within the regulatory perimeter. We want to see a clear market structure for trading crypto securities. Not all crypto assets are securities. There's also crypto commodities. There's stable coins. There's crypto that's artwork. We're going to work with multiple regulators to make this industry safe and trusted. And a Wells notice at this stage, when there is not a clear rule book, is not constructive, and it's not good for America. We are prepared to defend that position in court, but it doesn't have to come to that. We welcome a true dialogue about a workable path forward for our industry. Now I'll hand it back over to Paul.
Coinbase has been talking to the SEC about our business for many years now, including sharing our legal views on our asset listing and staking services. We've repeatedly asked the SEC for its own views on how securities laws might apply to Coinbase and our industry. And to be candid, we've mostly gotten silence in response. But we were very proud when 2 years ago, in April 2021, the SEC declared effective Coinbase's registration statement, allowing Coinbase shares to be sold to millions of retail investors. That moment came after months and months of review by the SEC. The SEC asked a lot of questions about our business and our services, which looks very much like the business we have today. And we answered those questions in detail. That included questions about our asset listing, our staking service, Coinbase Wallet, and all of the legal analysis we'd done related to those products. We understand that new technology can pose challenges for regulators. We understand new laws are sometimes needed. That is why Coinbase's core commitment to regulatory compliance has never wavered. We welcome new regulation, but we believe that regulation needs to be created in a fair way and shared with the public. I understand that the Wells notice means that the staff has reached a preliminary determination that aspects of our company's core business violate securities laws. So I want to be very direct with you. Coinbase does not list securities. We use a robust process based on SEC guidance to make sure that we don't list securities. We reject some 90% of the assets that we review. It might be better for our short-term business to be less conservative than we are, but that is not who we want to be as a company. That's why, as proud as we were when we became a US public company just 2 years ago, we were just as disappointed to receive the Wells notice from the SEC a few weeks ago. In the past 2 years, Coinbase's business really has not changed in any fundamental way. We remain just as committed to following the rules and engaging collaboratively with the SEC on the best way to regulate our industry. But we ask that those rules do not change midstream and without any notice to the industry. As Brian said, Coinbase's approach to regulation hasn't changed. The law itself has not changed either, even though we would welcome legislation or rulemaking for our industry. So what has changed? When Coinbase became a public company, the view of the SEC appeared to be that the SEC lacked statutory authority to regulate businesses like Coinbase. In May 2021, just 1 month after we became a public company, that's what Chair Gensler testified to Congress. He said, quote, "The exchanges trading in these crypto assets do not have a regulatory framework either at the SEC or our sister agency, the CFTC." And the very next day, he said that the SEC would work with Congress to develop such a framework. Specifically, he said, the SEC will be working with Congress if they see fit to try to bring some protection. The Wells notice we received appears to say the opposite just 2 years later, as the SEC staff contends that significant aspects of Coinbase's businesses are now subject to and violate federal securities laws. This new view doesn't come from any change in Coinbase's business since becoming a public company 2 years ago. Coinbase is at its core the very same company today that we were on April 14th, 2021. Nor does this new view come from the SEC staff's discovery of something that Coinbase concealed or misrepresented in our extensive engagement with the SEC, including during the registration process. Absolutely nothing like that has been suggested. So what accounts for this change? In December 2022, following the collapse of FTX, a digital asset trading platform that is entirely dissimilar to Coinbase, the SEC appears to have adopted a new view. That month, Chair Gensler said in an interview, "I feel that we have enough authority, I really do, in this space to regulate crypto companies." Of course, in the time between this statement and the prior ones, Congress did not pass any new legislation to fill the statutory void that Chair Gensler previously acknowledged, and the SEC has not tried to fill the void itself through rulemaking, even though the industry and Coinbase specifically have repeatedly and formally requested that the SEC do so. To be candid, this is pretty startling for Coinbase as a compliant US public company to watch unfold. And it is all the more startling given the different views expressed by other regulators. The CFTC has recently formally identified Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and USDC and other stable coins as commodities, not securities. When the Department of Justice charged a former Coinbase employee for improperly front-running asset listing decisions, it declined to bring any securities-related charges. Meanwhile, Coinbase is regulated. For example, Coinbase holds a BIT license from New York Department of Financial Services, and part of that BIT license means we cannot and do not list securities on our platform. We believe that legislation or rulemaking is needed if the SEC wants to expand its oversight of our industry, especially contrary to the views of other federal and state regulators. But regardless, we remain ready, willing, and eager to engage with the SEC on any topic about how securities laws can or should apply to our industry. Just last summer, the SEC asked Coinbase to develop a proposal for crypto companies to register with the SEC if, and that's an important if, they want to list securities. Coinbase does not list securities today, but we would like to do so using an SEC-registered platform. And we certainly would like to get rid of the cloud now hanging over our industry, given the SEC's new view of its jurisdiction over our industry. But it's not clear how that view applies in practice to specific products and services. So we said absolutely yes to the SEC's request to work on a framework for crypto companies to register. And after months and months of Coinbase sharing ideas with the SEC, on the eve of the meeting where the SEC had promised to give us feedback and its views for the first time, instead, the SEC called off the discussions altogether. A few weeks later, after just 2 cursory depositions, we got a broad yet fundamentally vague Wells notice. We still do not know exactly what it is that we do that is of concern to the SEC. Ultimately, as Chair Gensler told Congress less than 2 years ago today, no law or regulation authorizes the SEC to charge Coinbase for the alleged violations in the Wells notice. No law at all. So we are on the brink of a fight that doesn't need to happen and frankly shouldn't happen, at a time when we could be working together to provide clarity and stability to an important new industry for consumers and investors, not to mention the US economy as a whole. We are instead gearing up for litigation. Coinbase does not want to litigate against the SEC, and the SEC should not want to litigate this case either. Litigation will put the SEC's own actions on trial, erode public trust in the SEC's mission, undermine any incentive for market participants to engage with the SEC, and put at risk broad aspects of the SEC's enforcement program. So we're asking you directly not to waste the SEC's limited and important resources on unnecessary litigation that will only harm the very investors that the SEC is mission bound to protect. The SEC has other productive options available to it. If the SEC believes that certain digital assets are securities or certain parts of Coinbase's business should be registered, Coinbase continues to welcome that dialogue. But at a minimum, those assets need to be identified. We know that Chair Gensler has said that he believes most digital assets are securities. But even if that were true, Coinbase does not list most assets. We reject more than 90% of the assets considered for listing, and there are mountains more that we don't consider at all. The better path here is for the SEC to initiate rulemaking, or at least respond to Coinbase's pending petition for rulemaking. If the SEC believes that Coinbase should set up a registered securities trading platform for certain parts of its business, Coinbase is open to that discussion too. But it must be rooted in a fair and proper application of securities laws. And there must be an actual path to register, which does not exist today. Coinbase will defend itself vigorously in litigation if it comes to that. But it does not have to come to that. We will show up at your offices any day, any time to discuss a workable path forward for our industry. But we won't find that path without true dialogue. I'd like to again thank the chair, commissioners, and staff of the SEC for your time and careful consideration of these important issues. And with that, I'd like to turn things back over to Brian for a final word.
Thanks, Paul. So I'll just end with a closing thought here, which is that Coinbase has always been committed to being built in the US within the regulatory perimeter. We've proactively sought out regulation, and we're committed to working with regulators all over the world. A Wells notice to the company at this stage is not constructive, and it's not in America's interests. There are many aspects of the current rules which really are not clear for operating a crypto business in the US. Our petition to the SEC made those points, and I think it deserves a thoughtful and clear response and dialogue with the industry. So we would like to continue to work with you to make a regulated market for crypto securities to be traded in the US. I think our interests are aligned in doing that. And we hope that that's the path that we can go down versus a path of litigation and enforcement. Thank you.
Wow. Basically saying F Gary Gensler coming straight from the underground. I'm freaking Coinbase and I'm proud, right? Unbelievable, right? Man, it's nice to see a new narrative of, a change of the SEC attacking everything. And we just it's kind of like the big bully on the block. We're taking all the big punches consistently over and over and over. And you're having enough of that crap. I understand, I'm with you guys. I'm not a big fan of Coinbase either, but about freaking time to see these guys jump back in the ring and, throw some punches back the other way, right? Absolutely. So that was, man, that was like kind of like a nuclear kick in the balls, as Mr. Crypto Smith has mentioned. So it's about freaking time, But again, another perfect example of this whole concept of regulatory clarity. It was day 4 of talking about some of this stuff. Now, could we get another big player tomorrow? Maybe. We'll look for it. But man, Brian Armstrong, you had, for instance, I mentioned, what was that, his lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Big stuff, official notice. So by tomorrow, don't be surprised, maybe we'll get a response from the other side. It might not happen tomorrow. Might have to wait until next week. Let's face it, it's the SEC. Interesting stuff, right? All right, we're going to kick it back into the comments, but make sure you thank Mr. Crypto Smith for providing that. That was pretty big. I just saw it recently come over my feed on Twitter. Thought I would share it with you guys. So cool stuff. All right, Wednesday says XRP pumps. Let's check that out for a moment. Let's check out what's going on with the overall crypto market. Let's pull that up for a second. All right. So here's what's going on with the overall market. I'll come back into the frame. I'll turn a couple banners back on. Right. Let's see what we got. There we go. Not as naked, right? But yeah, I mean, XRP, all this stuff, right? So we're up to 1.21 trillion. It's been kind of fluctuating back and forth, right? Between 120. It looks like we are on the brink of Bitcoin hitting 30K. Maybe it'll happen by tomorrow. Maybe it won't. Let's see what's going on the 1 hour real quick. On the 1 hour, render tokens really doing well. I don't know. It's one of those ones I was thinking like maybe I should do a deep dive to that. I don't know. But people have definitely mentioned it. Kronos, good to see what's going on with Kronos. I didn't get a chance to pick up my, like a third or fourth bag of Kronos at, in the 6s. Probably going to regret it, but it's one of those things, up 18% for the week, right? And like you guys have pointed out, and shout out to Oscar Ramos. I think he's a great content creator personally. He's a good guy overall. Does a really good job of covering Kronos, anything that's built on Kronos, like, Tectonic, so on. Samsung partnership, maybe we'll take a moment to get into that. Not necessarily tonight, but maybe tomorrow. But 18.5% up tomorrow, or for the week, sorry. Look at that. You just saw it tick up. Now it's back into the 8s. Keep in mind, guys, there's going to be some swing traders. So, this doesn't mean you're going to have a new support level of 8, but you might very well have a new support level of, in the 7s instead of the 6s. In our, computer is up on the 24-hour chart, 7% up. So that's cool stuff. In fact, let's just check out the top 100 on the 24 hours. So Kronos is definitely killing it. Render as well. You guys talked about XRP earlier. About to hit that 48-cent mark, up 3%. See what's going on the 7-day chart. Casper, not too shabby. Even Kronos. Casper, about 9 to 10%. Sitting at about 5.5 cents. Don't sleep on your Casper, right? All right. So Quant sitting at 114. And yeah, that's what's going on with that. I'm keeping an eye on Cosmos. If for any reason it drops below 10, considering picking up a bag. I don't have a bag of that. That's a great project. I probably will never get back into BitTorrent. If you're wondering how much of that I have, I won't tell you the price I spent, but I have a little over $1 billion of the tokens. I have a little over $4,000 invested into that. Yeah, I know. Part of the crypto journey, right? So that one is literally, I hodl that till forever because I'm not a big fan of taking a loss. But anyway, so that's what's going on in that. I'm going to see what's going on with my watch list. Gotta keep in mind, this watch list has some good stuff, has some crap as well. Now, Cool Cat, you were saying that you're considering swapping your XSwap for some more BSV, and that might, you never know, might be a good idea, especially if you're in the profits. But this is up 67 or 68%. My God, on the 24-hour chart. What the heck is going on with XSP? Is it going to a new contract? And it looks like it's going to a new contract or something. That's not good. So maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. So you guys are going to have to let me know about this. This was one I was considering getting into, but obviously it's not up naturally. It's because they're doing something. They're probably moving liquidity is what I imagine. All right. So let's know what's going on with that. Let's jump back. All right. Okay, so Kronos, Crow King is even doing a while. I used to cover Crow King quite a bit before I joined up with Larry here at CTN. VVS, I hold a bunch of that, up about 14%, but I'm still at a loss on that particular one. Let's check out the 7-day chart. Chain GPT, I believe that was Coochie Boy brought that to our attention. That's up 58.45% on the 7-day chart. Half pizza, don't get into half pizza. I'm telling you flat out, don't get into half pizza. I overpaid for half pizza. I mean, unless you got a great low, like bottom entry point, maybe. It is on Ishmart. All right, Leo X, I want to state this. Leo X has been doing pretty darn decent, in my opinion. You saw as high as like 61, 62 cents on that particular one. Pretty cool stuff there. All right, so leave this up for a brief moment. We'll kick it back into the comments. Let's see. All right, Gray the God says this channel is like listening to a crypto radio 24/7. Freaking love it, bro. Man, that you just made my day. You know that? Thank you, Gray the God. You totally made my day. Like, I can't say it enough. So thank you. That was very nice of you to state that. Comments like that make it all worthwhile for me. So really appreciate it. All right. Wayne Side says Tommy's Burgers, so cow, man. Freaking popcorn, mac and cheese. Like, does anybody know? GS is like, Wayne, burgers, fries, soda pop, thumbs up. Yep, we talked about Crow. Samsung partnership. Maybe we get into tomorrow. I'm looking at the time, like 4 hours and 35 minutes. So we're probably going to wrap it up here shortly. You watch Oscar Ramos every day. That's cool. Probably his live streams. Blackwood says, until Gensler is out, there will be no clarity or fairness from the SEC. Coinbase can still suck it, according to Core. You won't ever have anything to do with you will never have anything to do with Coinbase. Hey, I'm not big fans of them either. You wonder why Robinhood is being held back by all of this as well. Seems as though they want more tokens, but the lack of clarity holds them back with everyone else. That could very well be the case. Yeah, I agree with you on that. I did read that earlier. That is basically F you, Gary, without saying it. I agree. Wayne Side says, does that mean Coinbase is leaving the US or not? Nobody knows yet, but I mean, there's a lot to be. I think this is the message. Hold on a second. This is the message being sent directly to Gary Gensler and the SEC. It's kind of like, you know what? Either comply or we're going to see you in court, and then where do they go from there? Do they up and leave the US? Maybe, I have to see how this goes. I don't think that they're going to be the only ones trying to attack the SEC, but that's the thing. To see them actually put on some of the gloves and go after the SEC. Remember what we saw since Monday, basically. There was that one lady, I forgot her name, but she wanted to, basically, you saw the term, a rebellion or a coalition of organizations. They're not going to put up with this crap anymore, supposedly, right? But it's a different narrative. The narrative is shifting. We need to get things fast tracked. Danelle Dixon mentioned it on Bloomberg. Are you starting to see this happen now? Is this a chain reaction of what's happening? Could very well be. Cordell Lewis, welcome back. He says, yeah, but where were they when Ripple was being sued? That's a good point, but at least there's something going on, right? So, I mean, we can point fingers all around. I'm not trying to defend, obviously, Coinbase. I'm not a big fan of them either. But I do like the idea that, at least something's going on in regards to that. Lazy Jedi Max, what was your favorite Power Ranger as a kid? Oh, you're not gonna like hearing this, my friend. I was not a fan of the show. I never got into it. So, and during that time of Power Rangers, I think the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers came out when I was like the 7th or 8th grade. Some of my other friends were fans of it. It wasn't my thing. I was more a fan of like some other particular ones, but I had nothing against it. I like the theme song, the original one, the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger. Like, yeah, oh, you're a secret fan, Max. No, it was one of those things I just never got into. Sorry about that. All right. Crow gonna hit $10 in the bull run. That's fine with me. That is totally fine with me. Let me see here. Let me see. Yeah, I'll be good with that. I mean, that probably put me up to like 130 to 150 grand just off a Crow. That sounds fine with me. I mean, I'm not gonna be a millionaire off of it, but that I am not complaining about an extra $100,000 plus. Got 11 billion in Tectonic. Interesting. 100 million Shiba. Yep, I still hold quite a bit of SHIB. I know maybe some people feel like I don't talk about SHIB enough, but I still like Shiba Inu. Again, like if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't even be here talking in front of you guys. Lazy Jedi says, yes, Theta Frog, welcome. He says, I'm only holding Nexera and Leo X and waiting for Tenet protocol. That's all I'm holding and keep adding. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Nexera and Leo X are two good projects. I don't hold any Leo X personally yet. But Nexera, I definitely do. Patrick Collier is basically flexing. Oh, man, I got my freaking back scratcher thing again. I don't know what's going on with the dang back scratcher. It's like, what is going on with this thing? Ugh. All right. Sorry about that. All right. You're very welcome. If Congress doesn't take over, Coinbase most likely leaves, in his opinion. Yeah. You guys got some good laughs. Corey Core says they sent that to the subgroup of Congress too. And Zachariah, welcome. He says, good morning, bro. I saw you in the comments for a recorded video, so I really appreciate your support. I do like your Lunatics looking token. I don't hold any Lunatics, but I know this much. Well, there's a massive pump for Luna Classic. I remember that last time that Lunatics finally kind of took off. So it's interesting. Glad to have you here. Jasmine pumping. Yeah, Jasmine's doing pretty well this week. Not too bad. All right. Oh my God, Max knows the song. He's so a fan. Not a Power Rangers fan. How can we trust your crypto perspectives? Yeah, I don't know. Like, here's another one, right? People say to me, Max, you must be a big fan of Pokemon. And it's like, Pokemon literally came out, I think, when I was like a junior in high school. It wasn't, what I mean? Like, some people say like that was before my time. Literally, that was like, I guess you could say after. I don't know. It never really turned me on Pokemon and stuff like that. Anyway, Cody Core. Like, how about this? Like, people were watching like Power Rangers and stuff like that. I was probably watching. What was I watching? I was probably watching New York Undercover, right? When he went like 4 seasons. Freaking love that show. One of the greatest cop shows ever. I mean, that was my thing. Lots of hip hop stars are in that and so on, right? All right. If you hold Nexera, you need HBAR. That's one way of looking at it. All right. And Zachariah is the newest member of CTN. Hey, man. Awesome. Thank you. That just made my day even that much more before we start to wrap things up. I'm going to read this next comment. But Zachariah, you rock, man. Thank you for the support on the recorded and even on the live. I mean, how cool is that? We hope to see more of you. Guys, let's welcome our newest member, Zachariah. Tell us how to pronounce your last name. Maybe I can do it. Elham Dowie. Zachariah Elham Dowie. Hopefully that's the right way to pronounce it. Lazy Jedi says, nothing, you idiot. He's dead. He's locked in my basement. My bubbles on your lips. My bubbles on your lips. Remember that song? Eminem? Anyway. Lazy Jedi says, you don't like Pokemon either? Freaking WTF, mate. You know, wax on, wax off. WTF. Oh my God, barbecue or whatever my friend used to say. I know. It's like, unsubscribe. Like we never see him ever again. Kidding. But it is good to see you here, Mr. Lazy Jedi. Give a sub and follow to Lazy Jedi of the Lazy Shaman Show featuring Steve the Canadian. All right. Blackwood says Coinbase wants clarity, but the SEC won't provide anything for good for the people. Congress will have to intervene and put forth regulations that is fair and inclusive for the retail investor. Again, we need to get some more M&M. If the SEC won't let me be, for I could be me on MTV, I feel so guilty without me. Gary Gensler looking like Mr. Burns. I don't know where I'm going with that either. Zachariah says, you are welcome, bro. Awesome. Thank you, man. I will show you in the Telegram channel. Right on. Don't expect me to see me in the Telegram channels, though. I'm not a big fan of Telegrams. Very toxic environments. I'm just not about that negativity. But if you want to promote our positivity to your hopefully non-toxic Telegram, go ahead and do so. We appreciate that. Nexera uses HBAR in their system. Cool stuff. Cody Core doing it big. Lazy Jedi says, you like M&M, so you were somewhat redeemed. Oh, God. Just giving you a little late night. Nah, it's fine, man. Lazy Jedi, you are more than fine, my friend. I have appreciated you for the longest time. Heck, you even have the purple lightsaber. You're a Mace Windu fan. What's there not to like? You know what I mean? I do try to, stop over to you guys' platform now and then to hear what you're talking about on certain things. And, you can appreciate guys who just like to be on camera and talk about real world issues. Nah, man, you can bust my chops anytime you want. I know you're a good overall guy, and I can't thank you enough. You, Steve, and, Lazy Shaman and Shaman Says, and some of the other guys who show up over here. You guys you're good people. Thank you. Triple C says he'll check with the council to see if it was approved. All right. So with that said, we're going to star that, and I'm going to take some of this stuff off. Hold on. Brand. Oh, man, where's this? All right. That's the show, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight for Crypto Talk Now. We'll be back tomorrow, which I believe is Friday, right? Should be Friday. Yep, the 28th, for some more Crypto Talk Now. Just giving you guys a heads up. I believe tomorrow I got something I need to announce. So, as you guys know, we have like a NBA playoff schedule. Typically speaking, it is with the Suns, right? However, there is, for instance, a big game that definitely wouldn't mind seeing. I think. Oh wait, I could pass up on some of those maybe tomorrow. Hold on a second. Let me see. Yeah, there's a couple games I do want to see. So tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. That'll be a 5 o'clock my time. And there's another game at 7:30. So tomorrow, in reality, I probably am going to kill it at roughly an hour and a half max, probably, because I do want to see Game 6 from Golden State. That starts at 5 p.m. my time, right? So that's at 8 Eastern. So that's like an hour into the show. So by the time we end it, it'll probably be like the fourth quarter. Not that I want to watch shows at like fourth quarter. I prefer to watch the whole thing. And then there's another big game. That's Memphis at LA. Lakers could wrap it up. I just think it'll be really interesting. It's been a crazy year for basketball, for NBA basketball. So, for instance, like, I'm just going to say, I mean, not that I'm rooting for this, but, Golden State probably is going to win this. All right. So they'll be the 6th seed beating the 3 seed. They advance the second round. LA, I'm thinking they're going to pull a win and they're going to defeat Memphis. It might go 7 games. I don't know, but this is a big game. I think this is a must win. It must win for both teams, but I think the Lakers want to wrap it up at crypto.com arena. So what I'm saying is out west, you have a matchup of the number 6 seed versus the number 7 seed in the second round. That's crazy. And out east, Miami end up beating the number ranked 8th Miami Heat end up being the number 1 ranked Milwaukee Bucks, right? And on top of that, like, I don't know, man, it's crazy to see some of this bracket. Hold on a second, let me see what's going on. I'm gonna share my screen on this. This is not crypto related, I know, but we're wrapping up the show anyway. So here's my Suns, right? They're basically gonna play on the 29th, which is, I believe, Saturday. So if you're wondering what our schedule is going to be as far as like Crypto Talk Now, we still do the shows at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, no matter what. But as far as having WrestleMania and all that stuff of like 4 or 5 hours, that's not going to be the case. So yeah, 8:30 Eastern on Saturday. So more than likely on Saturday, that will be a shortened show. If you're wondering what's going on with that, probably not going to be more than an hour and a half on that one. Just throwing that out there. And then tomorrow, probably no more than an hour and a half at the max. I might start winding things down like right at around the 1 hour to 1:15 mark. I'm just throwing that out there. So I won't do no intro or any of that stuff. I'll welcome you guys and so on, but I'll try to get real, to the point of what we're trying to cover. So if you guys tag me, that's fine. But if you want your tags properly covered, wait for a day where it's a full day, WrestleMania, or we want to call it. So that's what's going on with that. And then out east, yeah, man, look at that. The number 8th seed Miami Heat are going to go up against the number 5 seed New York Knicks. I mean, even the New York Knicks to finally make it to the second round, that's just interesting itself. You know what I mean? So they even get home court advantage, right? And I remember back in the late 90s, I mean, Knicks and Heat in the early 2000s as well. That was a big rivalry. So yeah, I definitely want to see some of these games. So it's just kind of a crazy year to have an 8th seed beat the number 1, to have the Knicks in the NBA playoffs second round. That's big in itself. And then the Sixers Celtics matchup, obviously that's like a close matchup. And then even in the West, I mean, I'm probably gonna say the Lakers are gonna beat the Grizzlies, Warriors are gonna beat the Kings, and then that 6-7 matchup. My goodness, you know what I mean? So, yeah, that's crazy stuff. Crazy year for NBA playoffs. So there you have it. All right, I want to read just a few more comments, and then I will wrap it up for sure this time. Check out Tom McDonald. You love him. Great music, says Cody Core. Edward Vincent says, thank you, Max. Good night, y'all. Check out Edward Vincent, Top Shelf Crypto. I'm going to give him a plug while I'm saying goodbye to you guys. He's on Rumble. You don't follow on him. If you don't follow him on Rumble, I'll tell you flat out what's going to happen. Okay? I'll tell you flat out right now. I'm going to pull this up. So if you refuse to follow Mr. Edward Vincent on Top Shelf Crypto, this guy right here, let me jump back to if he's even around still. This guy, he's going to take a crap in your shoes or your slippers or whatever it is, right? He won't go in the litter box. He'll just take a dump in your shoes. You don't want that to happen. So if you want that to, you want to avoid that happening, what you're going to do is you're going to follow Mr. Top Shelf Crypto, which is Mr. Edward Vincent. Okay. Have a great night. Some of FUD. But here it is. One more time. Top Shelf Crypto, Edward Vincent. Give him a follow, 252 followers. He covers, for instance, live signals, all sorts of stuff. Like it says, live streaming daily, crypto news, NFTs, and more. I'm going to leave that plugged up there for him. And you're very welcome, Zachariah. Glad to have you here. Cool name. Blackwood, again. I know that you've been getting used to packing lunches, right? Jasmine at 0.00673. I honestly think the new support level for Jasmine is, 0.006, right? And that's pretty big. Again, guys, it's all about taking the steps up. The next big milestone for us is going to be a penny. Everyone wants to talk about, $1, $17 and all that stuff. The reality, just like anything, like Luna Classic and some of these other ones, we need to get to a penny, right? Let's try to get to a penny. I think with Jasmine, you definitely get to the penny. All right, so there you have it. Yep, straight up. And let me go ahead and stop the share. Great show, guys. Almost at the 5-hour mark, almost 2 days in a row. My God, what are we doing? I'll try to chop out some videos and bring it to you guys. But yeah, come back tomorrow. I think some interesting things are going to happen tomorrow. I'm just going to call it right now. So interesting things are going to happen. If it doesn't happen by tomorrow, then I think there's going to be a big response, maybe from the SEC by next week. Will that give enough time for some other big, crypto power players, whether it's Coinbase and so on, to, have other responses about this whole topic of clarity? We will see. I am a realist, just like Blackwood. Reality, some of the stuff might not happen immediately, but at least the ball is we're getting the ball rolling, right? And at least we're getting an attack towards the other guys, the SEC, instead of us taking all the punches and so on. That's good. We want to see that happen. All right. So last but not least, Mr. Elon Musk with the 99-cent super chat. Oh, well, thank you, man. I don't know if that's a signal. He's like, you know what, Max? Mr. Muff has one last thing to share on Twitter. Let's see real quick. To answer your question, Cody Core, without typing it, pepperoni with mushroom. All right. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to see if maybe he's just dropping me a super chat just to drop me a super chat without tagging me. I'm double checking. I don't see nothing. So I think we're going to wrap it up. Thank you again, Mr. Muff, and everybody else. Again, I'm going to keep you anymore. Have a great night. We'll be back here for Friday Surprise, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, Mr. Stanley does Friday Surprise for his students if they are on task all week. And usually it's pretty awesome Friday Surprise. Can't say enough good things about our community here. We got a good thing going on. We'll see you on the next one. Over and out for now. We're going to play the outro. Here we go.
Singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I'm singing this song, I see I was wrong. To chain you down, I was the clown. I know now when you're all okay. I've had the time to run out. I paid for the touch of your hand. Your love is so, so grand. Oh, baby.
Good morning. Whoever catches this wins.
I'm with that. I'm with you.
And has to make me something to eat.
Get no good. Pick me, pick. What happened?
You look, babe, look.
I can twist on your face the chicken man. Don't sleep with a deep blue person tonight, okay? You the cooking oil. 1 month. Twist on your face. Cooking oil person.
Honey, if you can squat and hold for 1 minute, I'll take you shopping and boba.
5 minutes I can do.
Yeah, right. That. Moon is at the front door doing stand-in.
Con nhỏ này quá trời rồi.
No.
What are you doing?
Let me get that, because Dad ain't gonna finish that, honey.
You want in my pig?
Yes.
In my pig?
Not now. Not right.
Now!
No.
Now! 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 Now!
Now family problem.
There's 2 types of girls in this world. One is the jealous style, and two.
I'm number 2. I'm the people jealous person. If I see you go hang out with another girl, you know where you are? On the ground with the brimstone on you like that.
What's wrong with you?
You stuck with me whole your life. Yeah,
Thank you, my best friend. Hey, hold on.
I'm what your shoe the shoe dirty. Shoe dirty. Shoe dirty.
Dad is talking to another girl on his phone.
He don't love his life anymore. Chloe, sorry, father. I think you fall in love with another girl.
You why she my love? I like Calangui. La 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 la.
I was just.
No can no. Calangui. We.
Dad, Moon's doing stingy in the hotel.
Where?
Outside.
Okay. What are you doing?
Food on the table when I get home. Food on. What are you?
What the hell are you doing, Tico? Mom be scary. You don't love your life. You don't love your mom. No family love you, Tico. I be honored with you.
Dad.
Không nói với tôi là Vũ có trang giả.
I was just.
La 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 la.
I know that, but
la 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 la.
Tico!
Hi guys, Moon has something to get off of her chest, so here.
Hi, my friend. Today I have the broken my feeling, my friend, because I have the ticket from highway control. I joined the carpool by himself. He asked me why I do that. I said because I'm lazy to change the lane and I feel in the carpool safety for me. And he gave me the ticket right away. Sorry, highway control. I don't do that anymore. I'm sorry.
Starbucks.
Don't laugh now. Are you shit?
It was just a.
La 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 la. It's a la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Hey guys, just wanted to share our day with you. We're just regular old people for real, you know?
Old paper?
Not old paper, old people. Simple girl loves to cook. Simple guy that she's with for money. And I.
Wallpaper cafe. What you talking about? I be with you for the money. You don't feel embarrassed in your rent. I'm not the money girl.